Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Henry Batchelor, and I'm the chair of this committee. You will have noticed at the moment we're currently vice-chairless, as Councillor Peter Fain has sent his apologies for this meeting. So that does mean we do need to appoint a vice-chair for this meeting. I'd like to ask Councillor Jeff Harvey if he would step in, and he has agreed to do it. So I would like to ask the committee's agreement that that is okay. Can everyone mumble some affirmation? Agreed?
Agreed.
Good. Councillor Harvey, congrats on the promotion. Yeah, take your nameplate so everyone knows who you are. Okay, whilst Councillor Harvey's making his way forward, I will run through a few bits of housekeeping before we start the meeting. I'm going to start by welcoming everyone. Obviously, we're in the new municipal year now after the elections in May, so I'd like to welcome all of the new members to the committee who haven't sat on it before, and obviously all the returning members who have. So it's good to see everyone. I would also like to say a brief few words of thanks to those outgoing members who have served on the committee. Two in particular I would like to mention personally whilst I've been in the vice chair and the chair. That's Councillor Nick Wright, who has been a long-standing member of the committee and of the council as well, and was actually the portfolio holder for planning at one stage. So I would like to say thanks to him as he has now stepped down from civic duty. And the second, Councillor Deborah Roberts, who was a very long-standing member of the council, some 30 plus years, and has been very heavily involved in planning for that entire time. Anyone that gives over 30 years of their life to public service should be commended for that. So a big thank you to Councillor Deborah Roberts, and I know she still is involved on a parish level, so I'm sure we will be seeing her again at this committee. And a final one from me, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Stephen Reid. Those will know he has supported the committee in a legal capacity for I think around 8 or 9 years, and he's actually coming up to retirement now. So he'll be retiring at I think the end of this month or early next month. So I'd just like to say, or add my thanks and the committee's thanks to Stephen for all his hard work and support that he's given the committee over the years. Okay, so as I said, a quick bit of housekeeping and then we'll get on with the meeting. So I would like to remind those in the council chamber that everything on your desks, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. If the fire alarm sounds at any point, please leave the chamber and make your way down the staircase. Do not use the lift. The safe assembly point is next to the marketing suite, which is halfway along the Business Park Drive. Please, with those who are participating in the meeting via the live stream, indicate you wish to speak via the chat column. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose than registering your requirement to speak. Please make sure your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone and camera off unless you're invited to do so otherwise. Please ensure you switch off or silence any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings, and I will actually do that myself now as well. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you've finished addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone off immediately. Speak slowly, clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anybody else. Members, please note if we need to vote on any item, we should do so via the electronic microphones in front of us. Only those who are present physically in the room will be able to vote. Committee members, we're now going to run through a brief roll call so everyone knows who you are and that you are here. So members, after I read your name out, if you could please switch your mic on, give a brief introduction and then switch your mic off again. So as mentioned at the beginning, I'm Councillor Henry Batchelor, one of the members for the Linton Ward, and I'm the chair of the committee. Councillor Jeff Harvey, please.
Yes, Councillor Jeff Harvey, I'm the member for Horsham Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Anna Bradnam, and I'm one of the 3 councillors for Milton and Waterbeach Ward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ariel Khan, welcome.
Hello, I'm Councillor Ariel Khan. I'm one of the 3 members for Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Khan.
Hello, Councillor Martin Khan. I'm one of the 3 members for Histon and Impington.
Thank you. Councillor Bill Handley.
Good morning, Councillor Bill Handley. I'm one of the members for Over and Willingham.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Sanford.
Good morning. Peter Sanford, newly elected ward councillor for Caxton and Papworth. First time on the planning committee.
Thank you and welcome. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Morning all, morning Chair. Heather Williams and I represent the Mordens ward.
Thank you. And Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Richard Williams. I'm the member for the Whittlesford ward.
Thank you very much. So the meeting is quorate, so we can continue. You will have noticed as well, we have some officers joining us in the room on my left. We have, again, his first planning committee, Mr. Phil McIntosh, who's the interim delivery manager. Phil, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Yes, I'm here in capacity as interim delivery manager with the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service.
Thank you. And Vanessa Blaine, who's our senior planning lawyer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa. I'm your legal advisor going forward.
Thank you, and welcome to you as well. We have Michael Sexton, the area development manager.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, Michael Sexton, area development manager.
Thank you. And Heather Jones, the assistant director, planning and building quality.
Hi, I'm Heather Jones and I'm here for my very first planning meeting too.
Yes, lots of fresh faces, which is good to see. We also joined virtually by a Democratic Services officer who's clerking the meeting, Lawrence Damari Homan. Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all our new faces in the chamber. And yeah, Lawrence Damari Homan, Democratic Services for the Planning Committee.
Thank you very much. Okay, so those are all the officers and members present. Members, it's worth noting, if you do need to leave at any time, please would you indicate to myself or the Vice Chair so that can be recorded in the minutes. We will be breaking regularly, dependent on where we are in the agenda, but if any member needs a break prior to that, please do indicate to me and I'll do my best to accommodate. Okay, members, you should have received the main agenda pack plus a few supplements that were emailed round after the publication of the agenda. We do also have some hard copies at the front, should any members prefer to work from paper. So if that is the case, please do indicate at the relevant point in the meeting. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the agenda. We have firstly item number 2, apologies for absence. Lawrence.
Chair, we have apologies for absence from Councillors Dr. Toomey Hawkins, Councillor Peter Fain and Councillor William Jackson Wood.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're now on to item 3, which is declarations of interest. So if any member has any interest to declare pecuniary or otherwise relating to any items on the agenda today, please would you indicate and say what that interest is. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I have 2 declarations of interest in relation to being local member. One is for agenda item 10 and then one is referenced in the appeals. For the purposes of agenda item 10, I have been involved in conversations around that and helping to move that forward. So in which case I will speak as local member but not take part as a planning committee member.
Understood, thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, though I'm the member for Balsham, I do actually live in Abington. And that's in relation to item 5 of the agenda, but I haven't had any discussions locally, so I come to that afresh.
Good. Councillor Martin Khan.
And this relates also to the minutes of the last meeting, but my wife is a member of Histon and I'm a member of Histon and Impington, and my wife's a member of Histon and Impington Parish Council. Is actually on the Histon and Impington Council Planning Committee, but she wasn't present when this item was discussed in the Planning Committee, and I've not discussed this with her. So it's I come to this matter afresh.
It's item 6, is it?
That's item 6.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, thank you. I myself have a few to declare as well. Items 5 and 7, the applications in Linton and Great Abington. I'm the local member for both of those villages and have been present at parish councils where they have been discussed, but that hasn't affected my decision and I'll be coming to these matters afresh. Item number 6, the site in Impington. The applicant does actually live in Linton, which again is my ward, and has asked me for advice on process in the past. But again, I haven't expressed a view on the application itself, so I'm not conflicted in that sense. Any more conflicts of interest? Councillor Williams.
Not a conflict of interest, I hope, but a declaration of the interest.
Sure.
Just to say, I think there was many of us sat here that we obviously, when it got deferred. We have sat on the application at various stages. So just for completeness, Chair, I think those of us present, if you could record that we will be looking at this in a fair and fresh manner.
Yes, indeed. I think that's been noted. Councillor Ariel Khan.
My mother is a part of the parish council, but but neither of us were involved in the items. So.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, if there's no more members, if any further interests do become apparent to you as the meeting goes on, please do just indicate and say. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 4, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. This is page 1 of our agendas, and it relates to the meeting on the 13th of April 2022. I appreciate not everyone in the room today was present at that meeting, so can I ask those that were present, are there any alterations or comments on the minutes? Councillor Martin Khan.
Yes, in item 3, declarations of interest. It says my wife is not on its planning committee. As explained just now, she is on the planning committee, but she wasn't in the meeting which the item 6 was discussed. The application.
Okay, so this is under declarations of interest, the third
so
bullet
that
point
needs to be
down.
corrected.
Okay, I think that can be edited. Any further comments from members that were present? No. Okay, so can I propose then that we take this by affirmation with that amendment that Councillor Khan indicated? Agreed. Thank you. Okay, with that, we move on to the substantive business on the agenda, starting with item 5, which is on page 9 of our agendas. And this is an application at Granter Park in Great Abington. The application in front of us is for the erection of a research and development building, associated car park and other infrastructure works. The applicant is BMR Granter Park JC01 Limited. The reason it is in before us as a committee today is because the recommendation of the officer is in conflict with that of Abington Parish Council's recommendation. The presenting officer is Mr. Michael Sexton. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Sexton now for any updates to the report and then to introduce the report to us.
Thank you, Chair. There's a few updates, so I'll do that through the screen. I did note this morning on your agenda, the front page of this report, under site visit section, obviously references a site visit that was undertaken in March and also June. It does have to be confirmed next to the June, because at the time the report was drafted that hadn't been confirmed, but it's just for clarification that we did did have a member site visit on the 14th of June. I'll just share my screen. So by way of updates to the application, since the publication of the Planning Committee agenda, 15 representations of objection have been received from Cambridge Past, Present and Future, the James Binney Will Trust and several local residents. A lot of those do reiterate the points that are in the report, but just for clarification for members, all of those representations are available on the Council's website. They raise issues that are set out in the report, including scale of development and visual impact on the surrounding area and landscape, potential impact for light pollution, biodiversity, trees, traffic and transport. On that point, I will just draw to members' attention that we do have Tam Parry from Cambridgeshire County Council's Transport Assessment Team on the call today, who can help with any transport questions which may arise during the debate. Also concerns of speculative development, no confirmed tenancy or proven need, no public rights of way on the site, heritage impact and conflict with the master plan. And again, just for clarity, members would have received some material directly from an objector on Monday the 13th of June ahead of the committee site visit. Councillor Anna Bradnams did have a printed copy of that material on site, so those present were able to view that at the time. That's it for updates, other than perhaps just to, as Councillor Williams mentioned, this was considered at March Planning Committee but deferred. Paragraphs 3.5 and 3.8 of the report set out why the application was referred, that being concerns raised by a third party of conflict with the master plan and legal documents. Since that time, we've undertaken a thorough review and cannot find any reason that the Planning Committee cannot consider the application on the merits before them today. So yes, the application is for the erection of a research and development building, associated deck, car park, landscaping and infrastructure at Site 1 in Granter Park. Apologies, I haven't turned my pointer on. There we go. So this plan just shows the whole of Granter Park, which is an established employment area. The application site before members today is located to the front of the site at the entrance on the western edge, as indicated in the red line, with the blue line indicating the remainder of the ownership from the applicants. This is an aerial view just to try and put in context. Grants Park, you can see the buildings are all centred around this central open space. The application site is this parcel of land here, which is the sort of the final parcel of land, if you like, in the phase 1 of Grants Park to be developed, with the multi-storey car park going in over the top of some existing parking there. In terms of key constraints, as set out in the report, the application site is an established employment area as designated within the local plan. It's not located in the flood zone. There are areas of flooding to the north of the site. You've got Abington Hall, which is a listed building to the east of the site over here, and Pampersford Hall, which is a listed building to the southwest of the site. A conservation area boundary, again, towards the eastern edge of the site. That's okay. And importantly, you've got tree preservation orders, which cover the majority of the trees around the edges of the park, which forms a very important part of the landscaping around the site. So the proposal is for the erection of a research and development building, which is located here in sort of the southern portion of the site, if you like, to the south of the existing Franklin building and the multi-storey car park behind. Just as clarification, in terms of the issue that was raised with the legal covenant on the land, the car park has since been moved 760 millimetres south. So although it wouldn't be a material planning reason for refusal, just to assure members that has been adjusted and the footprint no longer intrudes into the area of land that has the legal covenant. This is just a typical floor plan to show how the layout of the building would work. It can be flexibly arranged for the needs of the tenants. And then these are the elevation of the building. So it's effectively a 4-storey building with plant above, as set out in the report. The general height of the building is 18.9 metres up to this sort of point, rising to 22.5 with the plant above, which is recessed, as you can see, in one of the side elevations, as indeed is the front elevation of the 4th floor. The car park, which is located to the north of the proposed building and behind the Franklin building, is 13.1 metres in height, and it sits between the tree belt and the existing Franklin building and is largely screened. By way of comparative examples, this is from the design and access statement, which just shows a few buildings across the park. So the Site 1 building before you today is this building on the right-hand side. In the middle, you've got the Illuminar building, which is located actually slightly off the plan in the bottom right-hand corner. And then the Site 6 Gilead building, which we observed on site, being here. So you can see this will be the tallest building within the park on that basis, but there are comparable buildings. As you would have observed on site, ground levels do vary throughout the site. Site 1 here is about 1.6 metres higher above ordnance datum than the phase 2 land to the right-hand side here, which members considered at the previous planning committee. This is just a visual really to show you the exemplar design quality of the building that's coming forward. A lot of glazing, and that all works with the BREEAM credentials and the sustainability credentials of the building. And again, another visual just to show you the aesthetics of the building itself. This is a visual taken from within the park, which members will have observed at the 2 planning committees, looking back across the cricket pitch and how the building would sit in relation to the existing buildings in the site, working with that varying topography across the site. There is also a section plan here just showing how the building sits in the context of the tree belt, which runs around the edge of the park. You'll see the building will be taller than the tree belt, as set out in the report. There is a woodland height section study which kind of illustrates how the building would be perceived from ground level, with those trees mitigating some of that visual impact of the proposed building. There's also a verified views document which sets out how the building would sit in the context. Apologies, it might not come through too clearly on screen, but the dashed line here indicates where the building would sit from this viewpoint on Newmarket Road, marked as 0.02, and in the bottom right-hand corner, a view from Pampersford Road, 0.3, again sitting behind the trees largely. The key point, as set out in the report, where the building will be visible is on approach to the site over Station Road over the A11. This is an image taken of how the building would sit if it was built today, so you will see it sitting above the tree line. The application is also supported within the verified views documents, estimations of further tree growth over the next 5 to 10 years. And obviously as they rise up, they would begin to screen the building further, but it would nonetheless still be visible on approach. This is the key point really where that building will be perceived. There is a landscape and visual impact assessment within the supporting documents which set out sort of wider views and how the rooftops of some of the existing buildings are perceived, and then how the new building would sit within that context as well. Again, I appreciate it's probably not too clear on screen. This one here shows the Gilead building, which is sort of one of the taller buildings in the park. And then the application site would sit in here, so you will see the Site 1 building, again, above these rooftops in a similar manner to the Gilead building on the left. These are views from Bournebridge Road, which is to the north of the site. Key material considerations, there's a lot, they're all set out in the report. There's no objection in principle to development is an established employment area. Design and landscape impact, I suspect, will be the key points of debate today. Biodiversity, the site will deliver a biodiversity net gain. There's no adverse impact on the existing trees, none of the TPO trees are affected by the proposed development. Flood risk, again, no objection from technical consultees in various conditions. Highway safety and transport network is being found acceptable, and we do have Tam Parry on the call. There is a financial contribution towards some local upgrades to the highway network, which again we can go into in the debate. And then all other matters listed there are found acceptable with various conditions listed that would be imposed as part of any consent to secure appropriate detailing. And that is it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Members, we're going to move on to public speakers, but before we do, I will offer members a brief opportunity to ask any questions of clarification for the planning officer, if anything in his presentation wasn't clear for anyone at this stage. No. Councillor Bradnam.
I wondered if Mr. Sexton would clarify for us the point that was raised in the report about there having been, it had been asserted that there was a limit on the height of buildings, but in fact subsequent planning documents, I believe, have lifted that restriction on height. I wonder if Mr. Sexton could clarify that for us.
Certainly, through you, Chair. So there was originally a 1991 outline application for the park, which had 4 Section 106 agreements attached to it, and I believe there was reference in one of those documents to heights and plans to come forward. There was then a 1995 outline application, which was subject to new Section 106 agreements that didn't have reference to such heights. So in that regard, those have sort of fallen away, and obviously this is a full planning application. And also in respect of the master plan, there is a 1998 master plan design guide for the park. It's not an adopted document, but it's nonetheless a guide for developers. There is a section in there that talks about 2-storey being the general approach, but that taller buildings can be considered acceptable subject to planning policies, and I think that is set out in the report. There's an extract as well in there, so hopefully that addresses that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, members, we'll move on to our public speakers then. We have several on this item. The first one we have is Corrie Newell, who, if you'd like to step forward to the table, please. I'm sure you're familiar with the process. So just for clarity, Corrie Newell is speaking on behalf of the James Binney Will Trust. So Corrie, I think you know how the microphone works. You'll have 3 minutes to address the committee, and then if you'd stay seated at the end in case there's any questions of clarification for yourself. So whenever you're ready, please.
Good morning, Chairman and members, and thank you. I was Principal Conservation Officer providing advice on this site from 2008 to 2013. It is one of the technology sites the local plan allows in open countryside, tightly controlled by master plan to minimise impact on the local environment. Part 3 of the policy E15 states, permission will be refused where there would be a negative impact on surrounding countryside or landscape character. Our responses list relevant policies that also provide protection for the district's landscape character and heritage, protected trees and ecology. It is concerning the design and access dimensions shown to you understate the height, and that the council cannot meet its legal requirement to provide approved plans and legal agreements for applications between 2002 and 2011. The master plan and the design guide show Granta Park is landscape-led and of very high quality. The Science Park is a ring of laboratory villas around a central green and is protected from views by a roadside woodland edge and open landscape buffer around the perimeter. Site 1 is within the open buffer, allocated for small utilities, open parking and landscape. It is part of the 85 acres of Abington Hall designed by Humphrey Repton in 1803 and is on the Cambridgeshire Register of Parks and Gardens. It adjoins Pampersford Hall, an internationally important arboretum and one of the most important Cambridgeshire gardens, statutorily listed Grade 2 star on the National Register. They adjoin the Green Corridor designed by Alan Mitchell. It is therefore a valued landscape. The key long views, in addition to the applicant's views, are from the west and rising chalk ridges north and south. Key close views are from the entrance, the parkland and Bournebridge Road. Photos we produced show the views are permanent and extensive, and most are enjoyed by cyclists and walkers, the most sensitive to landscape change. The application removes TPO trees, does not comply with policies and guidance on height, massing, footprint, parking, floor area, lighting, drainage, ecology, trees, and positioning of development, which all will have impact on landscape.
If you could conclude.
The
please.
uptake report now agrees the development is large, prominent, and at risk of being an island in the park. It is double the height of the lampposts, and its ridge is 9 metres, i.e. 4 house stories, above the ridge of the tallest on the site. It is also floodlit as a landscape statement, as a large-scale urban design imposed on the countryside.
Thank you, Ms Newell. I think we've
Thank
gone
you
a bit over the time.
very
but
much,
thank you very
members,
much.
for listening.
Members, do we have any questions of clarification for Ms Newell in her statement now? Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, it's logged me off. Can you still hear me? Okay, we'll go with that then. We might need Aaron to have a look at this. But, so, to matter of clarification, you said about not having the right heights. Could you just clarify what you meant by that? Because obviously we had the display from officers and we've got it in the report. So if there's discrepancies in your view, could you explain what they are and give what you think they should be? That was the first one. And the second was about, did you say that this is TPO trees being removed? And if so, how many and whereabouts are the ones that you believe are being removed?
I think 2 questions for you there, Corrie.
Okay, if you put up the section that you had from the design and access statement where it compares this building with the others, the highest buildings, that one doesn't tie up with the dimensions you've given in the report.
Could you expand on that, please?
So it is shown lower than the dimensions that are given in the report. So it's, which is why I've got in the last set of visuals where I provided photos from Bournebridge Road, I said it could be 8.4 metres or it could be 9 metres is the difference. It's because this one is 600 mil different to the the dimensions in the report.
Thank you. So I was trying to look for the difference. So it's your view that the buildings would be 600 millimetres higher than what's on that screen there? Is that, I'm looking for the difference.
Right. The difference between that drawing and the dimensions given in the report are 600 mil. However, what it doesn't say is that that building is 5 metres lower than site 1 we are talking about. So as well as the height difference on the buildings, there's a height difference on land, and it's significant.
I'm really sorry, Chair, because I think height is going to be a key issue to, if I could just ask one final question of...
yeah, sure. I think we'll ask you a second question, and I think we'll ask officers to come back on that height issue.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify the discrepancy to help officers, because what would be really helpful is to know what height you're saying, because I'm not clear, so I don't think officers will be clear what it is you're actually saying we're at. And if there's a discrepancy, it'd be great to resolve it. So 5 metres above that, or 600 millimetres above that?
Can you use the microphone, please?
There's a discrepancy in the drawings of 600 mil. There's a difference in height between that building and the proposed building of 4 metres, and there's a difference in height, ground level, of 5 metres.
Okay, I think officers are taking all this down, but whilst they're working on a response to that, would it be possible to clarify, Councillor Williams had a question around, you mentioned some trees that had TPOs on them?
Yes. Can you bring up the Hayden's drawing, please?
Sorry, was that a drawing from my presentation or one from a supporting document?
That's one of the drawings on, that's one of the drawings on the website. Is the Hayden's, yeah. Yes, thank you.
I think the question was, is this a council document or one you've provided?
No, it's Hayden's provided it for the applicants.
Again, I think we might have to wait a minute or so while we pull this up.
Drawing.
Is this the document, Ms. Newell?
Yes. So if you look on the left-hand side, there's some areas that are marked in red of trees. So firstly, some of the documents talk about 8 trees being removed, and quite clearly there's more than 30. But the area that is TPO is that bit with a large tree along the back.
The one that's indicated in red?
Yep, and that area of approximately 50 metres plus along that boundary, along that edge.
Again, we're just seeking some clarity.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the answers, and then we can have a response from officers if others have got questions. Thank you.
Okay, whilst officers are looking these up, do any other members have any questions or clarification for Ms. Newell in her presentation? Councillor Bradman.
Thank you. To assist the officers, it might be helpful, Ms. Newell, if you could actually indicate where in the report you're referring to the reference to the heights, and also you've referred to that building, but I haven't been clear as you've been describing it, whether you're talking, because there are 3 buildings depicted on that diagram, and I wasn't quite sure whether you were saying that there was a discrepancy, but it wasn't clear whether you meant that the proposed new building was depicted as lower than we were told in the report. So I think, if you wouldn't mind, you need to be distinct about what you're saying is wrong in the report compared to the drawing. If you could be a little bit more specific, it might help us to understand the impact of what you're saying. Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Chair.
Okay, so if you look at the report in the section under scale, I don't have a page number, sorry. I have a paragraph number though.
Paragraph will help.
Yep. So the paragraph is 1030.
Yes?
Yep.
Continue.
And it talks about a maximum height of approximately 22.5 metres, including the roof plant enclosure. If you look at the design and access statement section.
Yeah, the height that was on that plan showed 22.1. Is that the point you're making?
That's that first
But
point.
that's a difference of 0.4 of a metre, not 0.6.
Okay.
Okay, I think we might have some clarity on that particular issue. I don't know if one of the officers wants to vocalise that.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would suggest that members rely on the numbers within the report because they are taken from the scaled elevations that have been submitted with the application. They're also listed under condition 2 as approved plans. The design and access statement, that drawing that's displayed, although it's titled Scale and Height Studies, is not a scaled drawing in the sense of the submitted documents. It does indicate 22.1 metres for the maximum height of the building, but the scaled elevation plans are 22.5, so I would encourage members to rely on the body of the committee report.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any clarity on the TPO as well?
We do, yes. So, apologies, I've taken it off screen now. Share the drawing so we're clear what we're talking about. Yes, so Ms Newell has referenced a tree here that's to be removed, which is labelled as tree or T029. In the report, in paragraph 10.140, that sets out the Hayden's plan and the assessment, and it does identify that the tree in the TPO area identified as T029 has been categorised as a Class U tree. Trees in such condition that cannot be realistically be retained as living trees in the context of the current land use for longer than 10 years. So it is a tree that's been identified as low quality and therefore has been accepted for removal.
Okay, so for clarity, it is in a tree protected area, albeit the tree itself is to be classed as unsustainable.
That is my understanding, yes, that particular tree would fall on the edge of the tree belt. The other trees to be removed, as indicated in red, are not within that designated area, and as set out in that paragraph are also sort of moderate to low quality trees.
Okay, thanks for the clarity. Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. I just wondered if I could sort of be absolutely clear, returning to the height issue, notwithstanding the slight difference between what's written in the report and what was shown in that diagram. I think what you're saying is that those three buildings are shown relative to a single datum, and that in reality the datum or the ground level for the new building is about 5 metres higher than, well, say the average in the park or a particular point in the park. And then was the first question. Second was, I'm not sure that I heard you correctly, but I thought you mentioned at some point 4 metres in relation to something, but maybe I misheard that.
Okay. So did you understand that question? I was a bit lost with that, but did you understand it, Corey?
Well, okay, maybe I should just clarify.
These are questions of clarity for Ms Newell.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to know, I think we've from your nodding, I think is correct that the ground level at that point is 5 metres higher than somewhere, but I wanted to know where the somewhere was and whether that is correct.
Okay, can I first regard, we've provided some drawings that show the contours, and it's between the two contours, which are 5 to 6 metres taller, higher than the position that Gilead, and that's confirming your point. So Gilead currently is the tallest of those examples that was given. And that's the big one that you can see from Bournebridge Road and from other views, but it's the big rectangular one. And that is the one that I've taken my dimensions in comparison to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is one final question of clarity.
It's related. I just wanted to understand that, so the point that you're making, Miss Newell, is that if you go to the Bournebridge Road, as I did after our site meeting, you can see the Gilead building. And your point is that not only is this proposed new building taller than the Gilead building, but it is also on ground which is approximately 5 metres higher than the Gilead building. So you're kind of asking us to take into account the cumulative effect of that increase in height compared to what you can already see from Bournebridge Road, as it were. Is that correct?
That is correct, because in that view, you would see it at that height in comparison with the other.
Thank you.
So, Chairman, could we have some clarification from the case officer about the ground levels, please?
Michael, can we clarify?
I can try. I don't have a definitive plan that would indicate the levels across the park. Obviously, we did walk the park in March and June, and the ground levels do vary. I'm not sure it's quite a 5 metre land difference between Gilead and Site 1. Nonetheless, Site 1 is at a higher start ground level than the Gilead building, certainly, and I don't think the report shies away from the fact that the building will be visible. The the Phase 2 development, which is to the southeast of the park, I know is 1.6 metres lower than that has been established. I can't confirm that it's 5 metres, but in my view, that's a slight overestimate of the ground level difference between the two sites.
Okay, I think we've had a good debate around heights and building heights and land heights. So I think I would like to move on to our next public speaker, please. We do have several on this item.
Ms. Newell just wanted...
I think so. Ms. Newell, thank you very much for your time and for coming to us this morning. Yeah. Okay, our next public speaker is speaking on behalf of the applicant. That's Mr. Orestes Georgioglu. If you'd like to come forward. Is it okay to call you Orestes? Is that okay?
Absolutely, yeah.
Good. That's a bit, slips off the tongue a bit easier. Thank you. Welcome back. I'm sure you know how the system works now. 3 minutes to address the committee, and at the end there may be some questions of clarification for yourself.
Thank you very much.
Whenever you're ready.
Just starting as a point of order and reminding the members that we were here in March to determine the same application. It's on the grounds of a master plan of 2008. We're still waiting to see a copy of that master plan. It's unfortunate that the previous speaker didn't produce a copy of that. Moving on to my speech, so Granta Park has been a scientific centre for excellence for over 20 years. The proposals before you today represent the culmination of extensive design and consultation with statutory consultees, members of the public, and the county council that determined the scheme on a highways point. The site sits within an established employment area under policy E15-2D, and the proposed building makes best use of the available land. It's the last remaining undeveloped site on Granta Park. The proposed building is located at the front of the campus, further away from adjoining residents. A detailed LVIA was undertaken as part of the assessment, including verified views that demonstrate the limited appreciation from the surroundings. We can come back on the heights because I've got the AOD numbers as well, if members want to expand a bit further on that, which hopefully will give some clarity on the points raised earlier. In terms of highways, I know we've got a county officer here today to talk about this as well, but we did undertake a very detailed and forensic examination on that, including the cumulative effect of all the other developments that have come forward in recent months on the site. The scheme provides a compliant parking provision. We have got a very robust travel plan in place that has reduced over a number of 5 years the single mode car parking share from 74.6 to 57.5%. That's a 25% steady reduction over time. We operate a number of shuttle services to and from Cambridge and Whittlesford. We've got 13 of those in the morning and in the afternoon, looking to increase that service as the take-up and demand continues. Now, Cambridge as a whole has experienced a significant shortage of the Grade A laboratory and office space in recent years. Granta Park is fully leased. There's literally no space available. We have got 1.02 million square feet of verified demand. We already have tenants, believe it or not, on Zone 2 that we're talking to at the moment on buildings that are about 2.5, 3 years away from completion. If we can bring up the next slide, I just wanted to expand a bit more on the benefits of the scheme, which I think is very important. You'll see here the 27.4% CO2 emission reduction, BREEAM Excellent, Well Gold, the EV charging stations, a biodiversity net gain of 13.7% increase in habitat that has been actually endorsed by the Wildlife Trust as well, with whom we have been in constant discussions, and a wide score of gold. Next slide, please, to look at the wider economic benefits as well. You see here the funding raised by Cambridge Life Science companies in 2021 is a record of £1.5 billion. So that will generate additional demand. You look at the Granta Park GVA to the UK PLC of 360 million, rising to over £500 million over the next few years. And indeed, the increase in business rates, vital business rates for the community in the district that this space provides to the local community alongside the jobs that we are creating here. In closing my speech, I wanted to say that the reason we feel very passionate about this is not necessarily the loss of business rates that we've experienced in the last 3 months because of this 2008 master plan.
Sorry, Orestes. Excuse me, can we have a bit quiet? It's very difficult to hear the speaker. Carry on, Orestes.
Yeah, so yeah, I was saying that the reason I feel rather passionate about this application here today is not necessarily the loss of business rates that we have calculated in the region of £340,000 that have been lost over the last 3 months because of the delay due to the 2008 master plan, nor indeed the additional benefits here that we see. I will draw the members' attention to another building that we brought forward here a couple of years ago, the Portway building that completed earlier this year and is now fully let. What these buildings actually do, and the true benefits to the community, is the scientific research that is being undertaken here and the life-changing treatments produced on the site. Only 2 weeks ago, one of our tenants at Portway Bicycle has successfully...
If you could wind up now.
Yeah, that's my closing statement. So, has successfully administered a drug to the clinical trial phase 2 for ovarian cancer. So, that is the type of research and the type of impact, if you like, that these buildings bring to the community. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Members, same again. Any questions of clarification for Orestes? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair. It'll be no secret, obviously, the height of the building is something that is probably the most controversial part of this development. Is there a specific need for this height in this area? I think, given the controversy around the height, it's a valid question.
So some clarity around the proposed height, please.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for the question. Yeah, I think there's been some confusion overall about the relative height, which is what we saw earlier, which is the relative between the 3 examples that we saw on the screen, the 18 versus 22 meters, and the absolute heights, the ones that take into account the gradient, the topography of the site, if you like. And obviously, we have examined that. You will see on the portal, there is a woodland study that actually has got the datum on it that shows you the actual grade of Site 1, and how the building compares. Now, importantly, the application that was determined here in April about Zone 2, which is the buildings, the five buildings closer to Great Abington, closer to the listed building and the conservation area, the maximum height, including the enclosure, the plant room enclosure, was 55.5 meters AOD. right? So I think that's an important number to consider. This side is 57.1 meters AOD at the absolute height. Obviously, the building sets back, and the upper floors are setting back. So the real delta is 1.6 meters. So if I'm setting back into the landscape and appreciate the horizon of the buildings, you're looking at 55.5 versus 57.1. That's taking into account the topography of the site. So the real difference is 1.6 meters. Now, in terms of the actual height of the building overall, because they're science buildings, labs are very intense environments where you need to move a lot of air. There is scientific research with medical gases, with other components taking place. So we need a slightly higher floor-to-ceiling height to push air, to have gases coming into the ceiling void, which is what drives, if you like, that need. And it's something that we will see elsewhere as well. I'm sure you see it on other sites across Cambridge, the Science Park, Hingston. You've got it at Babraham. So it varies slightly, from floor-to-ceiling height a bit more to accommodate for that. But again, I think that the real point to make is the 1.6 meters taking into account the datum, because I think that's going to be an important consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brandon.
When you mentioned, thank you, Orestes, when you mention above ordnance datum, I pricked up my ears. Used to work for the Ordnance Survey. So what we're saying there is that from ground zero above sea level, the previous building that was approved was 55.5 metres above ordnance datum, and the new proposed building is 57.1 above ordnance datum. In other words, as you say, there is, I'm not very good at subtraction, 6 point something between.
No, 55 is 57, so 1.6.
Sorry, 1.6, thank you. So it's, so from that view, from Bourne Bridge Road, that Ms. Newell was referring to, this would appear to be, broadly speaking, I imagine it would look probably the same height as the Gilead building, if only slightly higher. Is that correct?
But the difficulty with Bourne Bridge Road is, as it transcends the A11, over the bridge, the height.
No, I mean to the east of the site. When you go around to the east of the site.
Oh, to the, sorry, yes, indeed. No, sorry, you're right. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Because you're at the same level effect. So you're looking at the horizon as one single line. So you will notice the 1.6 meters differential between that and the other building. I think it's also important to say that condition 17 that we have got here relates back to the plant level. So that is conditioned with the case officer to make sure that when we come to fully design that, we make sure that the design language, the materials that are being used are appropriate, if you like, for that setting, indeed to address that differential in height, which indeed is marginal. I mean, again, it goes back to the point about the negative impact compared to the other building.
That's fine. I think you've answered the question, but thank you very much. Councillor Handley and then Khan.
Thank you, Chair, through you. At the risk of asking a stupid question, again, height is so sensitive in this issue, in this application, that can you explain if there is scope to reduce the level of the foundations of the building still further? Like, I mean, 1 metre might make a critical difference to the way it looks to objectors and the general public.
Yeah, I think in terms of the height with the foundations, it may be challenging. We did look at this quite extensively. I think with the risk scope, Councillor, is at the plant level, whether we can reduce the plant capacity a little bit, because there, it depends on how we lay out the equipment within the plant space, which has got some, room there. So I think there certainly is space, and again, that can be picked up on condition 17 as to how we can address, that height.
No, that's great, thank you. And obviously, we as a committee today have to judge it on what we have in front of us today, not what may be possible. So I think we have to judge it on the numbers we have in front of us. Next question of clarification from Councillor Martin Khan, please.
I wanted to ask on what distance, I mean, Bourne Bridge Road seems to be one of the critical viewpoints that people are concerned about. What distance from Bourne Bridge Road are the Gilead building and the new proposed building, to get some idea of the distance and the impact?
So if you think about it from the most closest residence, from Bournemouth Road, the new building, I think we've said is about 700 meters away. Gilead is around about 500 meters away. So, because it's closer to Little Abington Village. I think the other distinction to make as well, as we were looking at the LVIA vistas that the officer put up, the tree belt across Newmarket Road, you'll see a differential because the trees that are, some trees are maturer, so you've got more height there as well that could screen, that differential of 1.6 meters. The element of Bournebridge Road is actually the trees are lower, on the view. So, again, we can revisit that and look at the differential. But again, it's further away. That's the point. This building 700 meters away. It's at the front of the campus, much further away from the villages that we were examining earlier.
Thank you. And one final question for Councillor Harvey.
Yes, I just wondered, going back to Councillor Bradnam's points, whether she had introduced some confusion unwittingly there, because I think the comparison you were making, Orestes, was between this application and the other outstanding application, the one very near to the village, rather than it being 1.6 metre difference between the Gilead building and this application.
Sorry, yes, you're correct. In absolute terms, the one I was referring to is the one closer to the village, building F and G, which is the one's about 70 metres close to the village versus this being...
Yes, okay, so you're not sort of really challenging that the difference in datum is actually 5 metres between the Gilead building and this application, as we heard earlier.
Yes, no, well, it's not 5 metres. I mean, again, looking at all the relative examples from Granta Park, because we did this study, and again, it's on the portal, it's on the planning portal. The differential for the alumina building, again, that's 55.6. The differential, I think, about topography on the site 6 and site 1 is between 400 and 600 mil, because, again, it's not 100%, even on the ground from one end to another. So that's the difference, in AOD between site 6 and site 1.
Ms. Newell's 5 metre difference in ground
Absolutely,
level.
yeah, because we've got the topography of the entire site. We have been on the site for 12 years now.
So the difference in ground level is what, according?
It's between 400 and 600 mil. That's the difference between site 1 and
between the Gilead and...
Exactly, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the public domain. I mean, all these planning applications have been determined. The information is there.
No, yeah, I think you've answered the question, so thank you very much. Okay, members, I think that's all the questions of clarification for Orestes. So we say thank you again for taking the time to come and speak with us. And we'll move on now to the representative of the local parish council, Councillor Harvey. Tony, welcome. I know you're very well versed in the functionings of the committee, so I'll just let you know you have 3 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions for yourself.
Thank you very much. Well, I assume that you've all read the Great Abington Parish Council's consultation responses as set out in sections 6.1 and 6.2 of the agenda papers. The other sections dealing with objectives, views and all the additional documents placed on the District Council's website since the agenda papers were published, papers that are relevant to this application. In the Parish Council's views, the proposed building on Site 1 would be an overtly dominant feature of the landscape, being 22.5 metres to the top of the building, excluding flues, and would rise substantially above the tree belt between it and Newmarket Road. Section 6.32 describes the proposed building as large and taller than the average, but it is in fact not only taller than any other building on the Granta Park site, but it is also located on the highest part of Granta Park. The visual appearance of the building is clearly shown in the applicant's design and access statement, part 1. Mr. Sexton did show some building elevations at the start of this item, which showed the building was clearly higher than the nearby tree belt, but I felt that the view shown from Station Road was highly selective, being facing a road sign which appeared to be several times larger than the building behind it, which course, was it gives a very false impression. The Parish Council also been concerned for some considerable time about the cumulative impact of successive planning applications on the Granter Park site, including the traffic consequences of the proposed building. Local experience pandemic was of peak time hold-ups at the roundabout outside the entrance to Granter Park, with on occasions traffic queuing back to the A505 in both directions. The application we've got before us now clearly refers to 450 new jobs and an additional 301 car parking spaces, thus providing car parking for about 67% of the additional employees. However, given that work habits have changed recently and that the numbers actually working on site at Granter Park is only about 60% of the total employee numbers, the number of car parking spaces would actually provide for almost everybody who works there at the minute to be able to travel to the site by car. Is the Parish Council being NIMBY in opposing this planning application? I would argue no. Orestes mentioned specifically just a minute or two ago the Portway building. Great Abington Parish Council recommended approval of the Portway building application. Portway building, I should say, is on the left of the, right of the Granter Park entrance, and the building we're talking about today for site 1 is on the left. So why the difference in the Parish Council's response is supporting the Portway building and opposing this building? But the Portway building is 2-storey, does not rise above its surroundings, and is well screened, whereas the proposed Site 1 building is dominant, overtly dominant, and would have a severe and negative impact on its surroundings and the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orji. Members, any questions of clarification for the Chair of the Parish Council? No, I think that's all very clear, Tony, so thank you again for taking the time to come and speak with us this morning. Okay, our final public speaker is the other local member for Great Abington, Councillor John Batchelor, who I see is joining us virtually. Councillor Batchelor, are you there?
I am indeed, Chairman.
Good morning. I won't go over the rules, I'm sure you're very well versed in them, so just to make you aware, 3 minutes, and at the end of which there may be some questions for you, so whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you very much. First thing to say is that I have no objections in principle for the further developments on Granter Park, and that I'm very happy to recognise that this is an internationally important research park, which we're proud to have in our ward. But as you already heard at length already this morning, all 3 local parish councils object, the CPPF objects, the CPRE objects, the representative from the previous owner of the site objects, and I object on the same basis that this building is simply too big and it's totally inappropriate in this position. It takes up a sensitive boundary position. It's significantly higher than the tree belt and will be seen from far and wide. Far and wide is important in this context. My understanding of the landscape impact assessment was that it was simply on the basis of up to 2 meters away from the actual site. This will be viewed from much further away because this is not flat Cambridgeshire, this is hilly Cambridgeshire, and we have substantial hills around, and this will be visible from the long views. Visible and intrusive. My particular concern are the flues. So there's the 3 chimneys that will be extremely prominent. They're approaching 6 meters tall above the building itself, and these will be the landmark on the landscape, and I fear that this is totally unacceptable. So we should go back to the original concept for this site, and that's for a two-story building. In my view, this current application is contrary to our policies, NH2 for landscaping and HQ1 for design in terms of intrusion and bulk. So I support the local representatives in saying that this is not the right project for this site, and they need to think again. So I'd urge you to refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, do you have any questions for the local member? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, and to Councillor Batchelor Senior. Through yourself, Chair, but you will know from sitting here many applications that a breach of policy isn't going to be deemed enough, and we have to identify harm. Can I ask you, you've referenced those policies where it's in conflict, but can you stress to us the harm so we can take into consideration your view of the harm it will bring in our debate? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, I mean, the harm is the intrusion into the countryside. At the moment, the site is very well screened by mature trees. This is that's no accident. That's part of the plan from the very beginning, and was initiated by the previous owners, and they have created a very substantial tree belt all the way along there, and in fact right up the A11. So that has been a great contribution, but that will be lost by the fact that this is substantially higher than the tree belt will ever be, and come what may, these chimneys will be the main factor that you see approaching here and from distance. So I think that is the harm.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there's any further questions of clarification for yourself, so thank you very much, Councillor Batchelor. And
okay, thank you.
We'll move on. For the record, obviously, I am the other local member for the Abington ward, but I'll be reserving my comments for the debate, which, now we've completed our public speaking, we'll be moving into. So, members, this is the part of the process where we need to start formulating an opinion on the application, whether we think it should be approved or refused. Obviously, we do have officers on hand should any further questions of clarification be required. And yeah, we have the information in the agenda documents plus the supplement. So, members, I would like to throw it open for debate, please, starting with Councillor Handley.
I'd like to look at further into the possibility. I appreciate we've got to look at this based on the information we have in front of us, but ask the question of Orestes related to the possibility for excavation to reduce the height. I mean, when I first saw this, please excuse me, but I just thought RMS Queen Mary when I saw the three funnels. And I just don't think that having that towering above the countryside is right. That's my open. I mean, I'm still open-minded. I'm willing to listen to debate, but I just think that there should be some mitigation against that. That's my view. And I would like a comment from the case officer as to whether or not that's a valid way for us to look at this and proceed.
Sure. Okay, well, I think we're going to have some clarity on the land heights from officers now. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully, obviously there's been several figures thrown around. I've looked at the planning application that granted permission for the Gilead building, and there's an approved section plan that places the finished floor level at 30.5 metres. And then by comparison, the section plan in the Woodlands section plan that supports the current application puts the ground level at 34.6. So based on that information, there's a 4 metre difference in the AOD. between the plans before members today and the plans that were approved as part of the Gilead building. So hopefully that provides some additional context. It also indicates that the sort of finished height of the Gilead building was 50.5 and the finished height of the proposed building, including plant, is 57 AOD, according to the approved plans from the Gilead building and from the proposed plans before members today, and as set out in the report.
So just for absolute clarity, what's the difference in height between the currently built Gilead building and the proposed building we're looking at now?
In terms of AOD, based on these plans, 6.5 metres as an estimate.
Okay, thank you, that's clear. Members, who wishes to go next? Councillor Bradman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I found the site visit very useful yesterday, and I'm amused by the statement, the ground levels vary, because in Cambridgeshire we are very flat, but Councillor Batchelor Senior is right. This is more hilly land, and particularly the land approaching the A505 Newmarket Road part does feel higher than the rest of it, and obviously is. Personally, you know, obviously what we see on the site at Granta Park is a really technically excellent research park, which we're lucky to have in our area. We appreciate it causes problems with traffic and the number of vehicles attending, but we know that Granta Park has a very thorough transport management plan, which certainly verbally I was assured that this new site would be taken into account in subsequent revisions of that transport management plan in order to manage transport properly. However, what we see is, because of the forethought of previous owners of that site, it's been built out in a way that is very sympathetic in many ways to the landscape, and where it's been possible, it has been very thoroughly screened in the past. And I do not consider this to be a conflict of opinion, of interest, or indeed, sorry, what's the word I'm struggling for? A declaration of need. I used to work for the Wildlife Trust, and I visited the site in that capacity and was aware of the relationship between the owners of the park and the Wildlife Trust, who are managing or assisting and guiding with the management of the green areas in the park, which has been done beautifully. But when we stood by the sports pavilion and looked out across the site towards the proposed site of this building, you can see that the general area is slightly higher on that side of the site. And whilst I feel that it's not unreasonable to build large buildings to accommodate scientific research, I have always loathed statement buildings and gateway buildings. In this particular location, I actually think a statement building as you enter the park would not be unreasonable, because it is a site of significant scientific research locally. But this building is very big, and I agree with Councillor Batchelor Senior. I think it is unlikely that those trees at the front on the Newmarket Road will ever screen this building completely, because of the soil there. It's very dry. It's actually above the river valley, but it's quite dry soil, and I don't think those trees will ever really get that big. So I'm still undecided, Chairman, but I do have also some sympathy with what Councillor Handley is suggesting, that, you know, it would be interesting to find out if there were options to sink this building into the ground a little more, or to reduce it by 1 story, because I think it is visually intrusive in a park which has been planned over the years specifically not to be visually intrusive to its neighbours. And I did, after our site visit, drive the circuit around through Bournebridge Road and through the villages and back on the Pampisford Road. And certainly when you look from the Bournebridge Road, the Gilead building is quite prominent on the skyline. And thank you, Councillor Harvey, for getting the correction for my misunderstanding. I appreciate that this would in fact be 6.5 metres taller than in total than the Gilead building. So I'm still undecided. I think there's a real conflict between the significant benefit that this site and a building on this location could bring the area, but the significant harm that it brings to the local landscape. So I'm undecided as yet, Chairman, but I'm rehearsing probably what many people are thinking.
Okay. I mean, obviously planning is a balance, so we as a committee have to come to our own decision as to whether we think the benefits of this development would outweigh the harm or vice versa. And that's the decision we need to come to today. 2 more speakers. Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, like Councillor Bradnam, I am still trying to balance and weigh the advantages and the impact, if you like. I mean, were this for example, 3-storey building, not a 4-storey building, that would not mean that there was not a significant increase in capacity at Granta Park, and therefore an increase in our scientific research capacity within the Cambridge area, and it's just really a question of degree there. I do personally think that this is a large building, and I find it sort of, you have to jump through quite a few mental hoops to read in some part of the report. It's described as a striking building, a landmark building, and a gateway building, and then in other parts having negligible landscape impact. And I think that's quite a difficult kind of combination of things to weigh in your head. But as I say, I'm still undecided. Thank you.
Okay, lots of indecision at the moment, but hopefully Councillor Heather Williams can bring some clarity.
Bit worried I'm going to disappoint you now, Chair. So I think it's fair to say that this is probably one of the most challenging balancing acts that we need to, or have had to do for a long time, because I don't think any of us have any question over the principle of developing this patch of land for what is proposed. If it was housing, then it'd be a very different situation. So the principle of development, I'm happy with that being developed there. We've had the clarification of the trees, so I don't think we've got any issues there. And I think when we come back to it, I think it is just this matter of height. We've heard from the applicant about the need for higher airflows and higher ceilings, and so I think that there is valid reasons for needing higher stories. What I didn't hear was a need for it to be more stories. So if this was a 2-storey building, but by its nature had to be higher, then I'd be a bit more comfortable with the situation that we're in. I think there is a general frustration from members of the public and committee that landmark or statement buildings just mean big and tall. We've debated that at length on other applications, but we can't take that into consideration here. From my point of view, that is not a landmark building, it's just a big building. Obviously, there is the employment as well to take into consideration, particularly in the current climate. You know, we haven't discussed that really, but that is something that is part of what we should be looking at, and there is definitely pros to that, and no doubt the significant work that does go on there. So I think, Chair, in trying to bring myself to some sort of viewpoint and conclusion, the only thing I've concluded is I'm quite frustrated with this application, because had it just been one less story, it could have been a very different conversation. And I am like others, and that's quite unusual, that I'm not chomping on the bit on one side or another, and I think that is a reflection of the difficulty of the situation. But we are going to have to decide one way or another. I think we can't, we've deferred it once, I don't think we can carry on deferring it. That's not fair to anybody, everyone's just in limbo in that situation. But just in the instance that members are minded to approve it, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but in case they are, I would like to get some safeguards in place for the conditions, because planting and landscaping is really going to be key to the mitigation of this if it goes forward. And we've seen the images of the tree growth, but some of us will remember Councillor Ellington literally coming in with a tree cover and plastic stake at full council after what happened on the A14. So can we have some reassurance from officers, or if need be, beef up those conditions around the monitoring of the landscaping? What we don't want to see is, if this does go forward, that lots of trees and landscaping has been done and half of it's died, because that would, I think, be giving insult to injury. On the balance of the pros and cons of the application, obviously it's not as close to the residential area. I would be more concerned if it was on the other side of the park. But equally, it's very valid. Why could it not have been one story less? That's all I can say.
Indeed. Well, yeah, clearly there will be some harm should this be approved, but as mentioned, it's our decision, it's our judgment to decide whether that harm will outweigh the benefits that the park does bring. Obviously, before we go to any kind of decision on this, I will revisit the suggestion of beefing up the conditioning around the monitoring of the screening. But obviously, we'll come to that just before we take a decision. I've got Councillor Martin Khan next, please.
I'm a bit clearer, I think, than some of the others. So I'm not so worried about the height within the park itself. It's in adjoining other buildings. It's part of a group of buildings, all of which have predominantly horizontal appearance, even if the height is a bit higher. That lying buildings, like, and from the photographs and from the distances that you're likely to look at it from within the park, which is a big open park, the difference, even 3 or 4 meters, is not going to make a significant, and that much difference in the impact, I think. So I'm more worried about the impact from the exterior. I think that's the main impact. Now, first, the other point I would comment is that the urban design team not just say they don't object to it, they support it. So it's quite a positive appearance. And it's an interesting building. It's a BREEAM excellent building, which is a positive point in its favour, which we're trying to encourage. So there are various reasons why it actually has some good points, even if it's perhaps larger than some of the other buildings. The fact that it's largely glazed, well, there's already another building, the Illumina building, which is largely glazed. It's not therefore out of keeping with other buildings in the park. The fact that it's modern in appearance in a group of modern buildings, which gives a part of the character and the impact and the interest of the site, that seems to be fitting. So the impact is whether the question of height from the exterior of the park is something that we should feel strongly about. From the west, you're immediately adjoined a dual carriageway and basically an industrial building. It's the only building really nearby which you can see it from, which is in fact at a lower level. Even you will see it at the beginning, and there will be some tree height, whatever Councillor Badnam says. How much, I'm not sure, but there will be some tree height. And in time, I think it would be pretty well, from those sites, it would be pretty well obscured. From the main impact, I can hardly say that the roundabout at the entrance is a great marvellous landscape area. I'm not sure that I would consider that was sufficient to say that I would want to refuse it. We have to accept it. So the question is then whether at a distance further afield to the west, or to the east, where the residential areas are, the 4 meters or whatever it is larger than the Gilead building is sufficient to cause an impact which would say that we would want to refuse it and it's an impact on the landscape. Now, features in the landscape tend to become more just features in the landscape the further they are from you. So the impact is much more important if it's close to than if it's at a distance. Even quite an ugly building at a distance just seems like a feature in the landscape. But I don't think this is a particularly ugly building. It's a bigger building, but it's not a particularly ugly building. So I don't think I could say that. Now, that's why I asked about the distance from Bournebridge Road, what the distance is. And you're talking about 500 meters to the Gilead building and 700 meters to the new building. And at that sort of distance, at the angle subtended by that additional difference in height, it would, I think, appear minimally different. I don't think I could say that that's an impact that I would want to refuse the building on the basis of the impact from the exterior of the site. And therefore, I come around to the conclusion that I can't see a sufficiently serious material planning reason to say that the impact is sufficient to refuse it. And I will be supporting the building.
Good, thank you very much, Councillor Khan. 3 more councillors I have, Councillor Richard Williams, Councillor Handley and Councillor Brandon. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will try and be brief because other members have made some of the points that I would wish to make, although I will be a little bit more decisive. I think I am going to vote against this because of its impact. It is, in my opinion, far too high. I know the area reasonably well. I don't live very far away from it. And one of the things that always struck me about Granta Park is how discreet it is. I actually, for many years, didn't really know where it was. I knew it was somewhere there, but I didn't know where it was. This will change that. If you approach this from the 505, this will completely change the whole appearance of the park. It will dominate the landscape. Nobody will be in any doubt that there is a sort of, quasi-industrial area right over the side of the road. So it's in the wrong place. Maybe a building of this height set much further back into the park, where it wasn't as visible from outside of the park, would be acceptable. I'm in favour of the principle, obviously, of what goes on at the park, I think as we all are, but this is too big. So on that basis, I won't be voting for it. There is one other point which nobody's raised so far that I would flag up as well, and that's the developer contributions relating to transport. Now, our report says that the transport team has determined that there's a need to make the application acceptable in planning terms. There's a need for some contribution to shift from driving cars to the park. What's proposed, though, to my mind, I don't think is sufficient to make it acceptable in planning terms. There's a suggestion of a contribution to CSET, which I find a bit confusing as to how quite that would help. CSET goes to Addenbrooke's. I'm not sure how many people travel from Addenbrooke's to this place, and there is already a bus service which Granta Park very sensibly and very helpfully runs to Cambridge Central. So I'm not really sure what impact CSET would have on it. Otherwise, we're talking about upgrading the cycle path from High Street Bayborough. I'm not sure how many people travel from High Street Bayborough to Granta Park by car, so quite what impact that's going to have on modal shift, I don't really know. So to my mind, the proposed measures to make it acceptable in planning terms, in terms of transport contributions, are not, to my mind, sufficient to make it acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Councillor Heather Williams, I believe you have a quick interest to register.
Yes, sorry, Chair. It was on my list and I didn't mention it earlier that I am a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly, which of course leads on things like CSET. So thank you for the reminder, and I'd declare that interest, but obviously it's not part of my decision making today.
No, good. I think that's been registered. We now have Councillor Handley, please.
Briefly, thank you, Chair. I actually agree with most of what Councillor Martin Khan said. However, I really want to vote for this because I think it's, it's Granta Park and it's what it does. This is another building that you know, it's what Cambridge is about, and but I just think it's too big as it is. I mentioned earlier about you know, excavation lowering the ground of the place, and I'm not sure whether it's possible, but is it something we can condition for? Because I think a couple of metres will make a huge difference to this. That's my view. I won't be voting for it unless a way can be found to condition to reduce the height. After all, the building next to it has been the ground floor was, yeah, has been lowered by a couple of metres. It can be done. Expensive, I guess, but it can be done.
Thank you. I think officers have taken that on board and are investigating that. So whilst they are doing that, I will move on to Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. And in the same frame of mind, if this ends up being approved, I'd just like to raise the issue that this will be built. The car park for this building will be built on the existing car park for the Franklin building, and the Franklin building car park currently has considerable hedges which are well established and I'm sure add to the biodiversity of the site. So I simply would like us to add into either one of the conditions, which I haven't been able to find. I think it might be 28, but there might be another one about landscaping. Could we just ensure that the hedges that will be lost in that car park can be replaced with linear meterage of hedges on the site? And in fact, there is mention about improving the entrance way, and that might be a way of using that hedge, that linear length of hedge might be to put it at the beginning as you enter the site. But anyway, it's up to them how they do it. But can we just make sure that any meterage of hedge lost in the car park is replaced somewhere else on the site?
Okay. Well, I have a list of conditions or additions that people would like to add should the application be approved, and so we'll run through those before the vote to see if any of them are possible in planning terms. I did have an interjection from an officer, Tam Parry, who I believe is online, and I'm assuming want to talk to us about highways. Tam.
Hi, yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Sam Parry, Transport Assessment Team for the County Council. I can provide some clarification on the reason for the transport contribution, if that would be useful for you.
Yes, I think it would, because members have raised concerns around that.
Sure. So the reason for the contribution was to specifically seek the sum of money for the improvement to the cycle route from Granter Park to Babraham High Street. So the route currently is alongside Newmarket Road, which is not that brilliant to cycle along. There's a very narrow footway, which is not ideal, and then crossing over from there to Babraham High Street is across a field, which can be very muddy in the winter. Now the Linton Greenway passes through Babraham Research Park to the High Street, and really this route would pick up from where the Linton Greenway then continues across the fields over the 505 and then joins onto Newmarket Road. And I think from there it goes behind Granter Park. So, but the Greater Cambridge Partnership have also developed a proposal that would widen the footway down Newmarket Road directly to the entrance of Granter Park. Now that would be particularly beneficial for Granter Park overall, because it gives a segregated cycle route to the front door of the park, and then when you're in the park, you've got nice routes to get you to each of the buildings. So really, we felt it was a very valuable addition to the transport infrastructure for the Granter Park and for the area, enabling employees to be able to cycle.
So essentially, the developer contributions that are mentioned regarding Babraham High Street are essentially to help fund the Greenway. Is that correct?
Yes, in essence, and the extra link from the Greenway to the Granter Park entrance.
Okay, understood. I think that's clear. We have Councillor Sanford, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse my lack of knowledge, but are the number of spaces in the multi-storey somehow related to the number of proposed occupants to the building. When we visited the site on Tuesday, it was painfully obvious there's a huge amount of car parking space that is not being used. I'm wondering why we're being asked to approve a development that includes a very large multi-storey in those circumstances.
Okay, well, let's ask an officer. Mr. Sexton?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, the number of parking spaces has been determined based on the likely number of occupants for the proposed building, but also for the Franklin building, because clearly that's what the need would be. That number of car parking was actually reduced during the course of the application in consultation with the transport assessment team. There is a travel plan that covers the whole of the park, and there's a condition that would be imposed on here for a further travel plan, and it all links together, which is seeking to reduce car dependency in the park. And the number of spaces proposed, I think, slightly departs from what we would ask for in policy. We would ask for more. We have used the data from the travel plan surveys that have been carried out over Grant Park over the number of years, which demonstrate exactly how the users of the park are travelling there. So the number of spaces is specifically designed for this proposed building and how the mode of transport is used by users of the park. And that's set out in the transport section of the report. So there is justification from policy, but also from evidence from the park itself.
Okay, thank you. And then I think one final speaker, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just in relation to the proposal about sort of excavating that Councillor Hanley made. We did on another application, which was in my ward, make that a requirement that they needed to lower the ground levels because of the height, and that's something that we did as a committee. So I'm not convinced we've had the answers to whether that's possible or not, but also in case it is approved, the chimneys were referenced quite a few times by members and Councillor Batchelor Senior. On other buildings, there has been screening provided to mitigate that. So, for example, on buildings, you can have the sort of light blue to white panels, so that from far, you don't actually see the chimneys. It looks as if it's part of the skyline. So if it was to go forward, are we able to condition for something like that? Because I'm not saying it will, I'm going to have to make a decision soon, but if this does go forward, then we need to make sure we've got the maximum mitigation possible for this.
Okay, I think that's been noted. So members, I don't have any speakers. So what I have heard as people's concerns and potential reasons for refusal predominantly relate to the design, visual amenity and the impact of the height of the building on the landscape. I did also have a concern around the developer contributions as well. Officers, I just wanted to ask, is that what you've encapsulated from the debate so far in terms of potential reasons for refusal?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I would perhaps caution against any refusal on transport grounds, given the advice of the county transport team, but certainly members are entitled to come to a view on the landscape impact, the visual impact of the development. I think that is part of the planning balance that you can weigh up, but I wouldn't be confident if we end up at an appeal and we'd refused it on transport grounds that we would be able to defend that reason.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask, do members have any further concerns, or is the main sole concern of the committee that the design, visual amenity and impact on the landscape the biggest concern? Okay, sorry, Councillor Brad, and then we'll come to Phil.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're right, that sums up our concern, but I am mindful that we could, if basically the height of the building is our only objection, not our only, but our significantly main objection, I am quite concerned as to whether that is a strong enough reason to refuse this application. I'm very mindful of all the concerns around it, and you've heard my own reservations about the dominance of that potentially planned building. But given the nature of the employment purposes for which this land is allocated, I am quite concerned as to whether that would be defendable if it came to an appeal. I'm just concerned about it. I'm doing the job that normally other people do, but I am concerned about that.
Okay, I mean, well, clearly these are material planning reasons for refusal. So if members were minded to give more weight to those particular reasons and determine that they outweigh the benefit that the development will bring, then absolutely you need to vote against it on those grounds. Sorry, Phil, I interrupted you earlier.
Through you, Chair, I'm just noting the point about design being a concern of members, and I think it's been quite clear from the debate that the design or appearance of the building is supported in terms of its context of the buildings in the park. I think it's more scale and height.
For the people online, could you bring your microphone a bit closer?
Yes, I was just saying I think it's more scale and height is the issue rather than the appearance or design of the building itself. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I meant. It's more the height of the building. Councillor Khan?
I simply wanted to comment in this context that one of the reasons that I might have taken a very different view if there had been a master plan or a plan which indicated clearly there was a limit to the height in the buildings in the overall scale. We are told that there wasn't, and therefore I can't see that. I would echo Councillor Bradnam's concerns in that I don't see how we can use a number of stories as a reason for refusal without some form of overall plan guiding it, and that does worry me. I mean, it might be that other buildings, developers on the site which have only built to 2 stories because they believed there was one might feel aggrieved, but I don't think that's, for us, is a reason that we can use as a reason for refusal. But that's my concern if members decide to refuse it.
I think Mr. Sexton wants to come back on that point, Councillor.
Sorry.
Or does he?
Yeah, it's not me, it's the microphone. Just to clarify on a point Councillor Khan picked up when talking about the absence of a plan to refuse on stories or height. The local plan, the adopted policies of the local plan are clearly what the application should be assessed against, and there are policies in there that talk about landscape impact and character and scale and height. So there are policies in place that members could use. You mentioned there not being a master plan. I think, yes, there isn't a master plan for the park that would prevent you from doing that. It's the adopted policies of the local plan that you need to make the judgment against. And if you did feel scale was an issue, there are policies that would sit against.
Okay, members, I'm going to run through members have mentioned some proposed conditions or changes to conditions as we've been going through the debates. The 3 points I picked up on were a condition potentially beefing up the monitoring of the screening, potentially replacing any hedges that are to be lost during construction, and the final one was investigating whether the building could be excavated lower into the ground so the starting point is lower to make it more acceptable in height. I don't know if officers have any comments on any of those 3 proposed additions or changes.
Yeah, through you, Chair, just to pick up on the point from Councillor Heather Williams, Condition 17 covers the roof-mounted plant and equipment and details of materials for that, and I would say that the chimneys on the building are included in that, so we can look at the materials in relation to what is appropriate for that roof-mounted plant. In terms of the loss of the hedgerows and those being replaced, we could add in to Condition 14B, which talks about planting plans, and we can include replacement of hedgerows to be removed as part of that condition. In terms of the monitoring of the landscaping scheme, there's Condition 28 that's proposed as part of the monitoring of the landscaping scheme, and that includes a period of 5 years from the date of planting when the landscaping scheme is implemented. I think that condition is sufficient to deal with the monitoring elements of the landscaping scheme. In terms of the levels, obviously the levels that are proposed on the scheme are at the level of the site as it exists. The levels that we're talking about having to reduce to mitigate the concerns that the council that's been raised in terms of the debate are quite significant, and I would say is a material difference in the scheme that is before you. Obviously, if the levels were to be slightly adjusted based on a broad position of its position on the land surface as is at the moment, that could be something we could look at. But if we're talking about several metres, then I think that's a fundamentally different scheme that we would have to consider.
Okay. I mean, obviously, clearly the height of the building is the main concern of the committee. I mean, if not a condition, perhaps an informative, if members were minded to approve, to say, to the best of the applicant's ability, they can bed the building as low in the ground as they physically can. I mean, would that something around those words would be acceptable?
I still think, given the amount of height we're talking about here, it's knocking on for 3 metres in terms of story heights, and I just think that's too significant in terms of being able to suggest that it could be dug into the ground to that extent. There's also things like drainage that we have to look at in terms of whether that could then still feasibly work in the park. So yeah, if there were minor changes to ground levels, then possibly, but I think what we're talking about here is too significant, Chair.
Okay. So officers' view is it would be inappropriate to condition bedding the building lower in the ground than it currently is proposed to. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's clear. Okay. So members, from the 4 conditions we have asked to be considered, monitoring of the screening, I believe, is covered in condition 28. Hedges lost to be replaced can be edited in condition 14B, and screening of the chimneys, we've heard, is considered to be covered in condition 17. The condition around excavating the ground further, we've heard officers aren't prepared to include that. So if any of that changes any members' views on the application, then I hope that has helped bring us to a conclusion one way or the other. Members, I do want to go to make a decision on this. So before we go to a vote on this, and I will be taking an electronic vote so it's recorded, do any members have any final questions of clarity they need, or any further questions to help them make a decision? Or are we there? Okay, I think with that then we will move to the vote. So members, we've heard the added conditions that will be added should we vote to approve, and we've also heard the reason for refusal should we vote for refuse. I'm going to... Oh, sorry, I'm jumping the gun. We haven't had that. So do we need to vocalise the reason for refusal? No, I think we need to have the reason for refusal before we take the vote. So do we need to agree a form of words? Is that what I'm being advised? Yeah, so Mr. Sexton's going to display the proposed reason for refusal should the committee vote that way.
I think just to clarify before the vote, this is sort of the draft wording that I've put together, which I think encapsulates members' main concerns, that it is the research and development building rather than the car park building, would, by virtue of its scale, bulk, mass and form, be harmful to the character and appearance of the area and surrounding rural landscape, providing that scale of development that is discordant and not in keeping with the character of the surrounding area, or being responsive to the local landscape. So it therefore fail to respond to the local and wider context of the area and local landscape, and would be contrary to policies S2, HQ1, NH2 and E15 part 3 of the local plan. The text in red is just the relevant parts from the planning policies that this would potentially conflicted with if members voted that way. That's my interpretation of members' concerns. Happy to adjust if we needed to.
Yeah, for me that's...
Can you just give us a minute to read it, the red bit?
Okay.
Sorry, just like the red bit won't be in the reason for refusal. That's just an extract from the local plan to help frame.
Yeah, it's the black wording is the wording that would be the reason. The red bit's the policy.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Your eyesight's better than mine.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I think the main thrust is the part Michael just read out is the wording of the reason. The red lettering you can see on the screen is the actual written policy. that we need to refer to as a planning committee. Okay, members, I think that does encapsulate the discussion we've had today around this item. So we are going to, unless officers are going to tell me otherwise, I think we're ready to make a decision on this. We've got the reasons for refusal, should the committee vote that way, and added conditions should the committee vote to approve. So I'm going to ask Democratic Services if they can start the vote. So members, press the blue button on your screens to register yourself, and the green button if you're in favour of the proposal, the red button if you're against, and the yellow button to abstain. 9. Okay, so everyone has voted and it's 5 votes in favour, 4 votes against, so that application is approved. Okay, members, it is 10 to 12. I'm going to have a break now. If we have a 15-minute recess and come back to start at 12:05, and then we'll get going with item 2. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We are up to agenda item 6 in today's agenda, which is a development at the former Bishop's site in Histon and Impington. The proposal in front of us, members, is for the erection of 38 residential apartments, a below-ground car park, cycle refuse storage, landscaping and associated infrastructure. The applicant is Mitre Property Developments, and the reason it is before us today is because of the level of public interest. The presenting officer who's joining us online is Amy Stocks, who we can all see on the screen. Amy, good afternoon.
Let me just turn presentation up.
We can't hear you, Amy.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Very faintly, yes.
Let me see if I can.
And I think Aaron might have worked some magic this end, if you want to test.
Hello?
Yes, much better.
Yep, better. Brilliant.
Okay, so over to you then for any updates to the report and then to introduce it, please.
Yep, so I'm here to present the application that you see on the screen in front of you for the former Bishop's site in Impington. There are some points of clarification that I'd just like to make before a verbal update on the scheme. So the committee report that you have in front of you, paragraph number 3, states that the application before you is a section 73 application. This isn't correct. The application before you is for full planning permission. As Councillor Batchelor said, the application seeks planning permission for the erection of 38 residential apartments, a partially below ground car parking, cycle and refuse storage, hard and soft landscaping and associated infrastructure. It is very similar to the proposals that were recently approved, and as such, this assessment focuses most of its attention on the differences between the approved schemes and now what is being proposed. The main differences are set out under this paragraph in the report. The other update is that based off the Sustainability Officer consultee responses, we've reviewed that response that wasn't uploaded to the system, and that the department reviewed the submitted renewable energy statement, and the department found that the applicant had a good awareness of the requirements of national and local policy and intends to address energy and carbon reductions following the principles of the energy hierarchy. The SAP calculations provided demonstrated that the proposal measures should achieve a carbon reduction well in excess of the 10% required by local plan policy CC/3 by the installation of low and zero carbon renewable technologies. As such, they have recommended 2 prior occupancy conditions, which have been recommended in relation to the carbon reduction technologies and water efficiency. These have been amended under, the wording has been amended slightly under condition 20 and 21. I have included the wording in this PowerPoint, which I'll show to members. The condition 4 and 5 of the list that you were provided have been removed, as the details required under these conditions are covered by condition 31, so we thought there was no need to repeat them. And condition 17, which relates to foul water drainage, has been reworded in order to be more specific on what has been requested. So if I just show you quickly, if you can let me know when everything's been done, when everyone's done reading. So this is the rewording of condition 20. This was just based off of the comments from the Sustainability Officer. So if I can just get a confirmation of when everyone's finished having a quick read over this condition.
Okay, I think you can move on, Amy.
Yep, and then, sorry for the text-heavy screens. The next one is the water efficiency condition, which will be replacing condition 21.
Yeah, I think that's probably long enough, Amy.
And the rewording of condition 17.
Okay. It might be worth pointing out what the differences are between
Yes,
what we have in our agendas and rather than us having to shift between the two.
yeah, no, that's fine. So under condition 20, it was just making it didn't differ too much from the generic condition that was put on to the list that you have in front of you. It was just a more kind of well-rounded specific condition put in as recommended by the sustainability officer, as well as the water efficiency, which in the previous condition required no more than 105 litres, while this one requests no more than 110 from the sustainability officer. The rewording of condition 17 is just more so focused towards the foul water drainage. It did include some details required for surface water, but that is covered by other conditions. So we wanted to make this rewording more specific to foul water rather than including surface water where it wasn't needed. So just going on to the main body of the presentation. For site context, the proposal site lies within the Histon and Impington Village framework. The site comprised of an old warehouse facility which has since been demolished. So I've got that outlined on a Google image here in red, and as well as the submitted location plan. The site comprises of 0.22 hectares in area and lies predominantly within a residential area. To the north of the site lies the guided busway, which you can see here, and a retail development lying to the east, and Pine Court residential area lying to the south of the development area. The site currently benefits from a planning consent for the erection of 35 1- and 2-bedroom apartments with associated works. Just for reference, this is the relevant planning history. From what you can see, I've included the host, so the host permission, or what they've currently got approval for. They came in later on with a variation just to make small amendments to the scheme, and now the applicant has come back with a full application for the erection of 38 residential apartments. So the current permission, which I've just included a visual of, so yeah, for reference, I've included a visual representation of the previously approved scheme. The scheme has established a fallback position in which the applicant has permission to implement a development which is very similar in nature. The applicant would have submitted a section 73 for what is being proposed today, but was unable to, as the 3 additional units being proposed within this application requires full planning permission. So the proposed application differs slightly from what was previously approved. The proposed application sees the creation of 3 additional units, namely unit number 7, 37 and 38, the addition of 2 podium stairs, alterations to the balcony arrangements on the elevation fronting onto Cambridge Road, the enlargement of PV arrays, the installation of an EV charging and battery storage, and 1 additional parking space to serve a shared electric vehicle, and the installation of green roofs. So what I've done is I've shown what was previously approved under the section 73, and then the following plan after that initial plan will show what has been changed. So this was what was approved under the previous consent. And what I've done is I've highlighted areas where that has been changed in the lower ground plan, and as we go along, you'll see where I've done that on other floors. So the addition of the new duplex
Sorry,
mezzanine.
Chair, thank you so much to the case officer, but we really want to hear what you're saying. So please, would you be so kind as to slow down a little and highlight what those changes are, explain what the changes are. Thank you.
Yeah. So the addition, one of the changes on this lower ground floor is the duplex mezzanine known as Unit 7. So I've highlighted that here. The unit has been included from the reorganisation of the internal structure and the placement of the plant room. So this area used to be a lot bigger. It's now been made smaller to accommodate this additional unit here. The cycle stores, which used to be located to the front of these a cycle store area to the front of these units down here has been relocated to the ground floor rather than the lower ground floor. So the secure cycle storage room is provided, like I said, on the ground floor with a capacity to accommodate in excess of 52 cycles, which meets the requirement under the parking standards. There is also an additional secure storage for oversized cycles and cycle trailers to the back of this floor. There's also been the addition of battery storage for the PV arrays on the roof, as well as the addition of ventilation grills along here on the parking area. I'll go to the next slide. So we've got the approved ground floor plan, and then just go ahead with that one. Just highlighting the changes here. So just continuing on from Unit 7, we see the addition of the Unit 7 mezzanine floor here, which would be used as the bedroom area to serve that lower ground floor of that unit. We also see the inclusion of podium lifts here and here, as well as the splaying for this corner here. So the corner of the building has been splayed to eliminate the angularity of this corner to create a more comfortable relationship between the buildings along Cambridge Road. Here we see the bike store, which has been relocated, as well as a bin store up here, which I don't believe changed in location. There is also an EV car club space, which is back here. The approved scheme provides, so what they've got permission for, provides 33 car spaces serving the 35 units. The updated proposal provides 3 additional units, but doesn't see a similar increase in parking. So what the applicant has done is they've provided the opportunity to create 1 further car space to be used specifically for car sharing. It's considered that the additional car club parking facility will contribute to the mitigating and towards mitigating the potential effect of servicing as personal transport needs for the additional residents of those 3 units. Then we've got the first floor. So again, what was previously approved and where there's been changes. So we can see that on the first floor, there's been the removal of roof lights along here to allow for the kind of reorganisation of the lower floors. Again, the inclusion of the lifts, as well as the alteration of balcony shapes along the frontage of Cambridge Road. Again, making it a softer kind of appearance, as well as allowing the developer to reshape the associated balconies to allow them to become slightly larger, to allow for better amenity and external amenity space for those units. So if I go to the second floor plan, again, just showing what was recently approved, and then I can show you where there's changes. So what we've got here is the separation of this duplex here, allowing for unit 37 on the 3rd floor to be created. So this used to be a 2-bedroom duplex which was spread across 2 floors. So that, again, the internal reorganisation allowing for those 2 separate units, as well as the 2 passenger lifts, again continuing up to the upper floors and displaying of the balconies along this frontage for those on the 2nd floor as well. And then the 3rd floor, what was previously approved, and then I will show you what has been approved. So we've seen an increase in the PV area. So the proposed capacity of the solar PV to be installed has been increased from previous 10 kilowatt power to up to 22 kilowatt power, as well as the creation of 2 units on the top floor from extensions. So there was a unit here where it used to end roughly about here, and we see this extension being brought in for this additional 38 unit. So that's where we've got our 3 units. There's also been the creation of green roofs. So we've got a green roof here, So this presents the opportunity of biodiversity enhancement through the planting of green walls, native trees, and planting in the communal area as well down here. The proposal also seeks to include several bird and bat boxes, which will be integrated into the building, as well as bug hotels in the communal gardens. We also see some rooftop landscaping here to the front of property or unit number 38. So I'll go on to show elevations just so we can see how this looks, how it differs. So we've got what was previously approved, and then I've also highlighted what has changed. So as mentioned before, the roof extension allows for this unit 38 to be created, as well as the configuration of terraces along Cambridge Road, just to be displayed away from the neighbouring Pine Court. As well, due to the reconfiguration of units internally, we also see the addition of 2 balconies on the front to allow for that private amenity space of those units. Along the northern elevation, so that was what was previously approved. This would be where the guided busway is. So this would be the front that looks onto Cambridge Road. As you can see, it's mainly just the front that changes rather than this area here along the guided busway. But as you can still see this change from this elevation, I thought it would be important to include it. So the addition of unit 38's terrace here will be visible from this elevation. Additional balconies have also been included. So you can just see from the change of 38 along this elevation, realistically where it comes out slightly with this terraced area, as well as the splaying motion of the balconies which front onto Cambridge Road. Along the west elevation, just showing you what was previously approved. We go on to what's being proposed. So you can see the additional unit 38 here will also benefit from terraces or balconies to the rear, as well as balconies to the rear of these lower units to allow for that private amenity space. Other elements that have been changed is that this here was is now been changed to a glass balustrade rather than a timber, which were used to be. Being quite non-material to the development, really. Officers consider it to be. I've also included some CGI images of the proposals, just so members can gauge what it could look like. So this is where we've got Cambridge Road fronting here. So it would be the frontage of the development. We've got the unit 38 here. This terraced area and this green roof would be along this way here. The front/side elevation, where you can see the front of the development and the side where the guided busway is. Have a quick look at that. And then the rear/side elevation, again, just continuing up where that guided busway is, where it loops around. You've got some parking outside to the rear. So as mentioned before, the parking provision, apologies for the image, so I had to split it across the 2 plans because they're quite large, but the application proposes 33 of which are underground parking spaces to serve 38 units. One of these spaces will be an EV car share vehicle for residents' use, which will be located on the ground floor rather than the lower ground floor. There are 2 spaces which will be designated as disabled spaces, which will be in the underground parking area. With regard to policy TI 4/3 of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan and policy HIM 05 of the Histon and Impington Neighbourhood Plan, the permitted proposal in respect of car parking provisions is not compliant. The applicant does not seek to increase the provision of parking in line with these 3 additional units. But just to remind members that the existing permission provides 33 parking spaces to serve 35 units, which was deemed in light of the local plan and the Histon and Impington Neighbourhood Plan, and that was deemed to be acceptable. It is acknowledged that the 33 spaces provided are still not compliant with these policies. However, given the location of the site and the high levels of accessibility in regard to local shops, services and travel network compromising of cycle routes, buses and the Cambridgeshire guided busway, it is considered that the additional space spaces required by policy in this specific case only would not be detrimental to the occupants of the development. The cycle storage, which you can see here, will be located along the eastern elevation of the site. The store will have the capacity to store 52 cycles and that the provision of cycle storage on site is compliant. There was also another issue, which was the Section 106 contribution. So there are contributions being sought after over this site. There are no affordable units being offered on this site. So as the proposal seeks permission for an uplift of 3 units, officers requested that a revised viability assessment be submitted to account for these additional units, by which the council instructed an independent viability consultant to review the submitted assessment. The independent viability consultant concluded that although the previous permissions scheme would seem more viable than the applicant had suggested, the increase in the construction costs have surpassed the anticipated costs of the units. Therefore, it was recommended that a financial contribution of £68,586 to affordable housing be secured through a Section 106 agreement to account for no affordable housing being offered on site. Other contributions on the table, which can be shown on the screen here, have also been sought after, which were not secured under the previous scheme. In addition to the affordable housing, the council have negotiated a clawback provision within the Section 106, which whereby in the event that the sales do exceed present day expectations, or where costs are for the construction of the units are less than anticipated, a further affordable housing payment will fall due. The review will take place towards the end of the build so that the actual values and costs are known. The recommendation should, so that's what we've done with the clawback provision under the Section 106. It should also be noted that where there were no contributions sought after before, we have managed to secure some contributions in these areas where the previous consent did not. So just going on to the next, as I've said previously, that there's no affordable housing, it just sums up what I've just said. There were some issues with the drainage. So the permitted scheme, the proposed scheme does not change in regard to drainage from what the previous permitted scheme shows. So the level of the impermeable surface does not increase from what has already been approved. However, consultees have requested further information on the drainage in respect of the new scheme, and officers have included these conditions into the proposed conditions list, which the applicant has agreed to discharge should this planning permission be granted. The benefits of the scheme, just thought I'd go through them very quickly. In terms of landscape proposals, there's a large communal garden with intensive planting, green walls and 12 benches to allow occupants to use this area. Terraces and balconies will be planted to allow for a softer appearance to the elevations of the building. 2 green roofs, one to the front and one to the rear, are also being proposed, as well as a brown roof which will be located on top of the building. Biodiversity, so green roofs and brown roofs will benefit from various invertebrates. Planting, as outlined in the landscaping proposals, will aid in enhancing biodiversity. The applicant is also proposing to install 6 bat boxes, 5 bird boxes and 3 bug hotels, which will be incorporated into the design of the building. Renewable energy, so the proposal seeks to increase the PV arrays on site. The PV arrays will provide power to each of the units, varying in kilowatts from 0.47 to 8.4. Each car space will also benefit from a charging point. And also the sustainable build that's being put forward. So the applicant is also proposed to produce a sustainable build by seeking to increase insulation of the building and aim for high levels of air tightness where triple glazing windows and doors will serve the apartments. So just to conclude, the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and completion of the section 106. Thank you.
Okay, everyone got all that? No, Amy, that's very good, very thorough introduction. Really appreciate the detail you went into there. Members, as we don't have any public speakers on this particular item, we can just go straight to questions of clarification and debate. But before we do, obviously, Councillor Khan, you are one of the local members for Histon. Do you want to say anything at this stage, or do you want to reserve your comments for later or now in the debate?
I think I'll reserve my comments till after the debate.
Okay, fine. Well, members, we are now into the debate / questions of clarity. So if any members want any questions from any of the officers we have with us, please do ask. Councillor Bradnam.
So my first contribution to this debate, and I hope you won't will allow me to come back later, but my first question was, I know developments of this size often would not go to the design enabling panel, but I just wondered whether this has been considered by the quality design panel or the design enabling panel, because it's quite in the centre of Histon and Impington and will have a significant impact on the environs. And I just wondered whether it had been looked at either in terms of, in the broader sense, conservation or through design. Thank you.
Amy, can you answer that?
Yep, so from my knowledge, the application hasn't been to the design review panels, but we have consulted various, I'm just going to put a list quickly. We have received comments from consultees on this application. Just want to make sure. Sorry, bear with me. Yeah, so we had comments on this specific application from Built Environment, where there was no objection, from housing strategy.
Presumably it's all the consultees we have in our agenda papers.
Yeah. So
okay,
it's all
no need to run through them, that's fine. So I think, Councillor Brown, the answer was no, it hasn't been to the design enabling panel. Okay, any members, any other questions of clarity, or if people wish to weigh in the debate? Sorry, I do have a list. Councillor Handley. Bill.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry.
Apologies.
Councillor Harvey then, please.
Yes, I just wondered if you, through you, Chair, would clarify the clawback arrangement. Would that be a sort of evaluation prior to putting the units on the market, or would it be the kind of the higher of either of that and the actual sale price?
Through you, Chair, I'll answer that question. No, it would be a late stage review mechanism, so it would be at a point probably around where there's 80% sales have occurred, so we've got a good idea of what the actual sales values of the units have been. So it would be at a late stage in the construction programme.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Heather Williams, then Khan, then Brabham.
Just want to clarify on the principal development. So work has started, so they have the fallback position of what was before, just to make sure that's the case from what I've understood. I mean, I have to say, each to their own, but I can understand why Councillor Bradnam has asked about the design enabling panel, because I really find that quite unpleasant to look at. But that being said, with the fallback position in place, what they're proposing to do, I don't think is a major redevelopment of the site, as it were. But I'll listen to members. But were that coming for a full application in its current form? Absolutely not. Well, no, because they can still build everything. They've already started, so they've still got the permission. But we're literally looking at a back bit, the bulk of it, which I'm unhappy with. They can do whatever we say. It's literally whether we keep it as a truck shape or whether we, put a box on the back of it.
That's right. They do already have full outline planning permission for 35 units. This is, as Amy's described, for 38. So it's adding 3 more units, as Amy outlined the differences. So I think it's whether we deem that to be appropriate or not, and whether we like that. So I don't think the visual amenity is a consideration we really have in this particular case. Yes, please, Councillor Khan.
I'm actually thinking about visual amenity. I'm going to ask a question about. It's difficult to judge from the plans, but adding the additional 2 units at the top, with regard to the building next door to it, and there's a small tower on a sort of pinnacle, which that does actually make quite a big difference to that relationship. It appears to from the side, but I don't know exactly how deep the thing is and how close it is and how much impact there really will be and whether that's been considered.
Amy, can you answer that?
Yeah, so the relationship with Pine Court, so it's actually the proposed development doesn't exceed in height in relation to Pine Court. It just, as you said, looks like it does in the sense that it meets the kind of spire of Pine Court. It depth-wise does, from what I can remember, goes about, I want to say 10 or so meters to the rear. It's actually located roughly 3 meters. So that additional unit 38 is located about 3 meters up from a rear dormer window from Pine Court. So there wasn't any issues of overlooking or anything like that we thought that would be caused. So that's what we've done that's what we've looked into in terms of the measurements of the site. But in terms of actually height-wise, it doesn't increase. It just continues from what's already been deemed acceptable.
Yes. Sorry, but but what you've done is you extended that same height closer to that little tower on the top, and therefore it rather diminishes it in scale. Has that consideration be considered?
Right, I see what you mean. It's been considered. I think with the Pine Court is that as there was no windows along that elevation, there was no additional impact. So with the Pine Court to the rear from that spire, it's just a blank wall. So when it came to actual impact on the extension of the unit 38 onto Pine Court, in terms of actual residential amenity, officers didn't believe that it would be an issue.
It's not really about residential amenity.
Sorry.
It's not really about residential amenity, I'm concerned. It's about the visual appearance of, from the exterior of Pine Court, that little pinnacle, which is a feature of that building. Whether it will be diminished. And that's why I was asking about the depth, because when you see the picture from the facade, you can't see how deep the is and how distant that extension is, because you're looking, there's no depth in it. It's just so that's why it may be that it's far enough back that it doesn't impact, but I can't tell from the elevation that you showed.
Okay, I think Phil wants to come in on this.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. I think the key point there is our urban design colleagues who are charged with looking at the scale, massing and appearance of the building are quite happy with that relationship. They've raised no objection to the scheme in terms of the context of the street scene and that adjacent building.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Bradnan, please.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I asked the question I did is because firstly, I have not been the beneficiary of seeing at planning committee previously what the previous plan was for. So all I'm looking at is the comparisons, which is not quite the same thing as having it rehearsed in front of you. But I'm looking at this picture and the visualisations of what it would look like from, firstly, Cambridge Road, which is, let's call it the front, Secondly, from the corner, as if you were on the crossing of the guided busway, which shows the new balconies. I think they're new balconies, but whatever. And thirdly, the elevation looking from the guided busway. I actually don't mind that one, going from the guided busway. I think that's fine. It's purposeful looking building, it's for housing, and it's neat, and it's actually, assuming the trees do grow, it's kind of subservient to the busway. It recognises that it is a building beside a busway. And I quite like that. It's recognising its purpose in the landscape and in the community of Histon and Impington. However, this one, which presents its balconies like a huge prominent TV screen on the world, I think is ugly, unnecessarily big, and very, very prominent. And I don't know if that was part of the original fallback plan, but I say the things I'm saying because this is what I feel. The other one is this, which I think is a mess. I'm sorry, I just think it's ugly. I think the surface treatment is not very attractive. This grey brick is not characteristic, I think, of Histon and Impington. But this extension of, in order to accommodate apartment 38, brings that corner of the building up to 4 stories high, which you can see on all the elevations is much higher than all the other buildings, which is why I asked, had the design enabling panel looked at this and had the conservation officer, I note the conservation officer, historic environment has no objection. Maybe they feel this is an increasingly urban and industrialised location, because I recognise there are commercial units on the behind us, as it were, from this viewpoint. But I just think it's a singularly ugly frontage, and it's untidy. I don't like the fact that this entrance thing, foyer thing, is so very prominent compared to the rest of the building. I just think it's not a very clever design. It's a difficult site, I appreciate it's got that unusual corner on it, but I just think in some ways I have no objection to the building. It's just the appearance and the way it's been treated on that corner I just think is very untidy, and it's very ugly, and I think it will harm Histon and Impington, because if you remember, this used to be the railway crossing. The previous building on the north side of the guided busway used to be the old railway station, which is now closed, and I'm not even sure if that's still there. Forgive me, I don't know, but okay, thank you, Councillor Khan, apparently it is. So, there we've got a red brick building which was the old railway station, and it had some connection to the village. Now, I know Histon and Impington has grown, but I just think this isn't attractive enough for the very significant location. As I say, I have no objection to the aspect that you would see if you were looking from the north. But I just think the treatment on this corner is dreadful, and it faces Cambridge Road, which is what people will see.
I think in terms of design, I think we need to be careful and look at it in the context of what is already permitted, i.e. that building is already permitted, but what they're asking for is some adjustments to the top level. So the elements you've been talking about are already, they can build that already. So in terms of visual impact, I think we need to be considerate of that. It's only the top level that is proposed to change. Yeah, come back.
So thank you, I appreciate it. And I said I haven't seen the previous approved thing. So what I just wanted to check was, perhaps, would it be okay for Amy to show us again the comparison of the view from Cambridge Road in the previous application and the view from Cambridge Road of the new application, the comparator, because
sure. I think that would help, certainly. Amy, can you oblige?
sorry, it might be easier if I move some slides quickly around just so I can flick and you can see that difference. Just.
You kindly showed us a comparison of the elevation drawings. That might be.
Yeah, did you want the computer generated images or the plans?
I think the CGIs are the first instance, Amy, please.
Yeah, I'm just moving them so you can see them. They're
That's
being
fine, we'll be patient.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can everyone see my screen, or is it?
Yeah, so this is what's currently has permission for.
And then that's what is being asked for. So what they've got is mainly just this area here that changes because it's set from quite far back.
So for clarity, it's that small grey piece sort of jutting out of the angle, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you for going back over that. I'm straining at a gnat.
Does that clarify things? Great. Thank you, Amy. That's great help. Members, anyone else wish to chip in at this stage? Councillor Hanley.
We've really got to be careful not to be, apply our judgment on the design of this. You've got a view, that's your opinion. I actually think that it's not offensive at all. And I think what the designer has done, it's providing accommodation which suits the place that it's at, next to the guided bus, plenty of cycle storage, it's enhanced its green credentials. I'd live there quite happily. So no, I'm inclined to vote for this.
No, that's helpful, and yeah, as I said, appearance is subjective. What's what one person likes, someone else may not. So, I agree. I don't think we should get bogged down in the design of the building. As I say, the changes to the visual impact are, in my opinion, minimal. So I, for one, certainly won't be using that as a consideration when I'm making a decision. Members, anyone have any further comments or wish to express an opinion at this stage? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. That was really helpful to see the comparison. Thank you. Do we have any scope to look at the surface treatment of the ground floor appearance, or is that already done and dusted and approved? Or because I think partly what I'm objecting to is the prominence of the white bit of the building. As you've illustrated, the changes that are proposed under this arrangement are relatively minor. So I'm asking, do we have any option to look at the surface treatment of the ground floor of the frontage onto Cambridge Road?
My view would be no, but I will ask officers for an official opinion on that.
Through you, Chair, condition 13 talks about details of materials to be agreed. So we have a condition there to look at all materials in relation to the, sorry, that's not condition 13, that's boundary treatment, apologies. Balconies, terraces, no. Amy, can you just confirm, is there a materials condition? Apologies, I was looking at the boundary treatment.
Is it condition number 3?
Yes, so condition 3 covers carried out according to approved materials comprising render through colour silicone render system, pearl grey, vertical and pitch roof cladding, graphite grey facing bricks. So that is the details of the materials we're suggesting that are are acceptable and are in accordance, obviously, with the details in front of you.
So my question was, do we have any opportunity to ask that the surface treatment used for the ground floor at the front might be something that isn't so prominent? In other words, it's not so bright.
In terms of, obviously, that we would have to vary that condition to ask for materials to be submitted and agreed, rather than having the palette of materials that's suggested. If it's the render that you're particularly concerned about, or we'd have to be clear about which specific area of the building that you're suggesting we perhaps get further details and clarity on in considering rewording that condition.
I mean, we are getting into very specific detail about colours of things now. I mean, I would prefer to stick to more substantive items if that's possible. Clearly, this has been through various consultees who seem to be satisfied generally with the appearance and design. As we said earlier, design is quite subjective, so I'd be nervous to then try and change what is already here based on what we feel is or isn't visually appropriate. So I would sort of try and steer us away from that if possible, and concentrate more on the more material considerations that we've been asked to look at here, i.e. Viability and parking provision, if we could, please. Councillor Heather Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just on that note, I mean, my view is different to Councillor Hanley's. I'm not keen on the design, but that's my personal opinion, and we have consulted on that, what's there. And there is sort of a palette, isn't there, that would be gone through. I think if we were to try and prescribe something in such a variation, then that's not really what we're here to consider. So our personal tastes aside, I think it would need to, there's obviously that has been agreed and has been consulted on. So I would be nervous, as much as my personal view is I'm not keen on it, nervous that that's not really what we're meant to be looking at. It's whether we're allowing it to put the extra units on, which are at the top, not the bottom. Thank you, Chair.
Exactly, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Well, thank you, Chair. Just concurring with Councillor Hanley, really. I rather like the combination of colours there. So it obviously is very subjective. Probably why we shouldn't really be messing with. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Handley, I've got you down again.
Yeah, I just don't think we should be, this is presumably being designed by an architect, and start messing around with the palette of the colours and so on. It's not our place to do that. I really don't think it is. I'll be voting for it. I said it before.
Good. Councillor Richard Williams, did I see your hand?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I'm going to make a very abstract point, actually, just on this debate we seem to be having about subjectivity of, design. Somebody's subjective opinion will hold firm on this at some point. I don't see why subjective opinions of planning committee members shouldn't be relevant, in slight defence of Councillor Bradnam.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Can I bring us back to the affordable housing contribution? I just wanted to check. I accept that there are reasons why they might justifiably not put affordable housing in this unit, but I just wanted to check whether we felt that 68,586 towards affordable housing somewhere else is adequate, because they've actually and I know the fact that the calculation has been gone through because they're adding the extra 3 units on, and can I just clarify on that point, the addition of the units in the location is now clarified, I think is absolutely fine. It's just the general appearance of the building I don't like, but anyway. But the question for me is that 68,000 enough? And the other thing is, I would just draw our attention to the table on page 100 and 101, which looks at the policy size requirement for these units and the actual size of the units. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 of these 38 units that are at the minimum requirement size for dwellings of this type. Elsewhere, I know we often try to encourage developers not to cram in more, but to give a bit more space, because you can be sure that in dwellings of this size, there will be precious little storage space. There will be, you know, they've got a tiny little courtyard garden at the back, and remember, folks, the back of the building faces onto a flat wall of Pine Court, which has no windows in it, and this tiny little courtyard garden will be, as far as I can see, and I might have this wrong as well, but will just be facing onto a brick wall. So I just think these people, and I can understand that's why they have put in balconies, because at least that gives people a bit of outside amenity space. But I think these are reprehensibly small. They have just met the absolute minimum. They haven't given the residents very much space at all. So I'm really not very happy about this. Thank you.
I think Phil's going to come and give us a comment on the unit sizes.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yes, there are a number of units on this scheme that are at the standard, but they do meet the standard. That's the point, I think, that I need to make their technical space standards that the government has set out as appropriate for the size of the units that are proposed. And in meeting that standard, we obviously can't object to that, notwithstanding the point that you're making, Councillor Braddon. In terms of the affordable housing contribution, in terms of whether it's enough, or it's the amount that this scheme can afford in terms of its viability position, and that has been robustly looked at by our independent viability consultants. Again, I understand, again, it's not a significant sum of money, but it is a sum of money that the scheme can afford, and what we are seeking as part of the overall package to mitigate the development.
Members, I don't have anyone further to speak on my list, apart from Councillor Martin Cohen.
I'll be listening to the comments because I'm interested to see what other people think on this site. The site's quite central in Histon. In terms of materials, the station building on the opposite is a rather yellow brick, which has been restored and tidied up when it's been converted into accommodation and a cafe there. So that's quite central. And the Pine Court's is a bright red brick. So there's already quite a differences in colours. I don't think matching is really a feasible. Where do you match to, in other words, is the question. The site opposite has been refused for development for flats because it was, for various proposed reasons, but it is likely, because of its central location, redevelopment there is likely. So having modern buildings there seems to me fitting into what the character is going to be in that area. I was concerned about the impact on that sort of, I don't know what you call it, the little bell tower on top of the pinnacle of the roof on Pine Court. I thought it was likely to be overbearing, but having seen the CGI from the road scene, it doesn't seem quite as impacting as the elevation, the front elevation plan gives the impression. So the big question is, and why the concern of the Parish Council was in terms of parking and the conflict with the neighbourhood plan. The existing permitted development doesn't meet it, but that came out before the neighbourhood plan was adopted. So that has to be considered. We're now considered with the neighbourhood plan in mind. However, this is a site which is in, as has been explained, in the most accessible location in the whole of the community, really. It's got the best public transport links and cycle links anywhere in the community. It provides small units, and that's what is particularly missing in Histon and Impington. We have a real need for small units. And the fact that they are at limits of size may actually mean they might be a bit cheaper, which is obviously a really big problem in Histon and Impington. Everything's terribly expensive, far too expensive for the normal person starting out for the first dwelling. So it will provide something that's needed, even if there's, despite the fact there not being any affordable housing in it, which one would definitely have wanted also. So the parking spaces, we came round on the way past the site, on the way into the committee meeting today and had a look. There is actually road parking on there, and probably if there's one or two excess cars actually occurred on occasion, I don't think it would be a particular problem at that particular point on Cambridge Road or on adjoining Crescent adjoining as well has got plenty of space. But one must assume that because of its accessibility and because of the provision of car share, which, as rightly commented, should reduce the number of cars required, that it should be adequate. And we know from the previous, I think it would be difficult to refuse it on the basis of the previous application, which has been approved with a smaller number than recommended. So overall, I come to the conclusion it's probably beneficial. The benefits probably outweigh the undoubted constraints on it, and I'd be supporting the application.
Good, thank you very much. Members, does anyone need any further questions of clarification to help them make their minds up, or do members feel we're in a position to make a decision on this now? I don't see any hands, so members, I haven't heard any reasons put forward for refusal at the moment. Is anyone minded to vote against this, or do they have any material considerations they wish to raise as a reason for refusal at this stage? Councillor Brennan.
Not quite answering your question, but my personal view is that the reason we sit as a committee is because we do add and have an opportunity to comment on design and appearance and street scene, and all of these are material issues. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Okay, members. Well, on that, I think we're probably at the end of the debate now, so I'm hoping we can take a vote on this. Yeah, I've heard a couple of people speak in favour. No one's actually actively said they would vote against at this stage, but for completeness, I will take an electronic vote on it, just in case. So I will ask Democratic Services if they can set that up. So as with the previous application, members, press the blue button to register. You are here. If you're in favour of the application, you press green. If you're against, you press red, or if you wish to abstain, you press yellow. And that is 9 out of 9 in favour, so that is unanimously approved. Thank you very much, everyone. Members, it's 1 o'clock. I appreciate we have the people to speak on the next item in the room with us. So what do we want to do? Do we want to take a lunch break now for half an hour, or do we want to press on with the next application? We'd have to do the whole thing in one go. Okay, well, apologies to the people of Linton, but I think we're going to take a quick lunch break now, I'm afraid, and we will come back to you after that. So apologies, I wasn't getting a clear indication one way or the other, so we will take a lunch break now for half an hour and come back at 1:35 to restart. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee a few minutes later than I advertised, so apologies to anyone that was waiting for us. We are up to agenda item 7 on the agenda today, and that is an application at the land off Horseheath Road in Linton. The application before us is a discharge of condition application for the foul water drainage system at a previously approved development. The applicant is Crowdace Homes, and the presenting officer, I believe, is joining us online, Ms. Karen Pell-Coggins. The reason this is before us today is because of a large amount of public interest in this site, and I'm hoping Karen will appear before us any second.
Hi there.
As if by magic, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank
Karen, can we make sure we can hear you properly? I think you sound a bit faint to me.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, is that better? Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So, Karen, we've got the report in front of us, so any updates, and then if you could introduce it briefly, please.
Sure. I'll just show you my screen with the verbal updates that I'll be talking about in a second. That works. Can you see anything?
Not yet.
Sorry, bear with me.
We've got that now, Karen.
Yeah, so just in terms of a verbal update, we have received a letter from the local MP, which has been circulated to members. I assume everybody's seen that, but just to run through the key points, that there's a complex history and a previous application was refused on this site at the April Planning Committee meeting. The application is the same drainage system layout with an additional report from a consultant, which states that the strategy is technically complete. The system's already been used by residents prior to approval, and drains have been blocked on a number of occasions. The current system is not as effective as it should be. Linton Parish Council has concerns about the gradients of the pipe, the sharp Z-bends, and the location of the pumping station to the nearest home, has suggested a macerator as part of the system, which should be considered. And then the final concern was the sewer system is not going to be adopted by Anglian Water and would therefore be maintained by local residents with regards to service charges, etc. So just Linton Parish Council comments came in fairly late, which were in the written update to committee that you should have received. But we've gone back to the applicant and asked for some further information in relation to those comments. So that basically talks about a lot of the gradients of the pipes, etc. The foul sewers have actually been designed to achieve minimum self-cleansing velocity of 0.75 meters a second. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what that is, which is actually the same as the design standard for adoptable sewers. And obviously building regs have looked at that from our perspective and do consider that to be acceptable. In addition, there's various information on there, which is also on the website. They have also sought advice from Durapump, which is the manufacturer of the pump, regards to the Mace pump. Said that the current pump is an 80mm vortex pump, which has a clear passage of 75mm. For residential developments where the pump station is maintained and serviced correctly, these types of pumps are more suitable. They've supplied them on numerous sites without any issues. Macerator pump was mentioned, but they're expensive and obviously slight overkill for a residential site. They're normally used in areas where there's a high buildup of debris and locations where lots of foreign items are pushed down the drains, such as prisons. And then they go on to say that they could potentially install submersible pumps, but that would obviously have a smaller size of pipe and therefore be more prone to blockages. So just going on to my presentation now. So this is an application for the discharge of condition 12, which is foul water drainage of an outline planning application for 42 dwellings and allotments. So the site is outside the development frame framework for Linton to the south of Horseheath Road, which is along the top point here. South Cams own a strip of land to the west of the site, which runs along the boundary here, which comprises a hedge. The foul drainage system, basically you can see here, so the foul drainage system comprises a pumping station, which is located to the north of an area of public open space, which is down here. It will run up the footpath and then between two plots of land over to here. And then here's a more detailed plan showing the specific areas of the pumping station, which is down the bottom, the pipe, which comes along here, which is a rising main, and then comes down here between the properties up to here across the South Cams land, and then connects to a manhole in Lonsdale. From Lonsdale, this is the map from Anglian Water, which has been updated. It will run along this way down to the main sewer system in Bartlow Road in Linton. So just the actual pump system is underground. It's encased by concrete. It has a capacity of approximately 25,000 square litres, 25,000 litres, and stores 50 litres per person for 24 hours. It will be pumped 2 to 3 times per day, and a telemetry system will provide contact with the management company if either one of the pumps fail. There is a twin pump system. The pumping rate will be agreed with Anglian Water at 5 litres per second. Sorry. Yeah, so basically the previous reasons for refusal at the April Planning Committee meeting were on the grounds of the capacity of the receiving foul drainage system, which can be overwhelmed by surface water entering the network, and the alignment of the sewer connections from the pumping station to the manhole. Just showing you on here. So there was concerns about the sharp bends just here and just here on the sewer connection. Those issues were considered to result in an unacceptable risk to water quality locally and give rise to risks of future blockages. Since that application was refused, this is a new application which does have additional supporting information submitted with it in the form of an independent review from a consultant who basically obviously has addressed those reasons for refusal. Basically, with regards to the capacity of the foul drainage system, Anglian Water has no objections and has provided evidence on how the flows are calculated, which is based on actual demand rather than sort of concerns that were raised by the parish council, which were in relation to the document called Sewers for Adoption, which is actually based upon details when you don't actually know the full design of the system. Further, so the surface water flows, surface water specifically from this development will be via infiltration to there's a infiltration at the bottom of the public open space just south of this where this pumping station is. So obviously surface water from the development will not be flowing into the system. It's more the concern about obviously surface water from the general area during rainfall events. The alignment of the sewer again has been checked with building control and is considered acceptable. Anglian Water have also been monitoring the surface water within the foul system since October 2021 at 3 specific points in Fincham's Close, Grantvale and Horn Lane, which isn't sort of directly relevant to this site. Just go back to the map here. So Horn Lane is in the centre of the village near the High Street, which is to the southwest. Fincham's Close is to the south of Bartlow Road, so down here. And Grantvale, I believe, is to the northwest. I could be wrong there, though. They've had approximately 20,000 readings They've identified specific events on 5 different dates, for example, Boxing Day last year. But there isn't any strong correlation between the rainfall and the pipe surcharge as far as I can see at the moment. But obviously it's very early in the stage for the monitoring period. So just in terms of the key considerations for this application, it is the foul drainage system and the impact of the pumping station on the amenity of neighbours with regards to noise and odours. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I think whilst you were talking, there was a request that you go back over the actual layout of the pipe, if that would be okay.
Sure.
I think there was,
yeah.
it wasn't particularly clear on the on your PowerPoint.
So I can make it a little bit bigger if needs be. Bear with me.
The request actually came from Councillor Bradnam, who's got a hand up, so perhaps you'd like to articulate them.
I can show you the actual document, which might be easier because I can make it larger.
Yeah, I think just a clear indication of where the pipe is would be handy.
Sure. Sorry, bear with me, it's just loading. Can you see that?
We can only see you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Right. Taking a while for this share button to work, so apologies. Can you see that now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is slightly bigger scale. So the pumping station is here. Can you see where my mouse is down the bottom?
Yeah, the bottom left.
Bottom left. So the pipe is this zigzag line, which comes here along the footpath. Keep going, and then cuts between plots 33 and 34 to the back of number 34, and then over to this manhole here.
Yep. Okay, I think that's clear. I think Councillor Bradnam may have a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I had a couple of questions. Thank you, Karen, for clarifying that. I've got a number of questions. I'll take them as you wish me to, Chair, but the first one is, can you clarify if the concern raised was Z bends? And I just wanted to check whether anything has been done to widen the radius of the bends on that particular pipe that you've just pointed out to us since that diagram was drawn.
I don't believe so, no.
So it's as drawn?
Yeah, I would imagine not, because these are fitted. These are in the ground, so I don't think they've dug them up and refitted them.
Okay, so I have a couple of other questions. It's up to you whether you take them in turn or whether I give you them all and then you come back. So the first one is about the adoption or not by Anglian Water, because this is quite a big development, 45 houses, and not to have the sewage system adopted by Anglian Water is quite serious. It will be a significant responsibility for any management company that takes on the responsibility for this site. And I wanted to know why Anglian Water have said that they won't adopt it. The second thing is, you mentioned that macerators are not normally installed in developments of this size, whereas I have one in my own ward where there's a macerator for a mobile home development of, at that time, 16 dwellings. It is expanding, but a macerator was put into that as a matter of necessity. The third one is that the map you showed us of the public foul sewer, it was called the public foul sewer map, indicated, and you, I may have misunderstood, but I got the impression you were saying the intention was that the, from the manhole cover at the bottom of Lonsdale, that the foul water would go, as it were, almost directly south. Whereas actually what we have seen previously about this site is that this, I appreciate the difference, but the surface water flow tends to go diagonally southwestwards into the property at the southwest corner of Lonsdale. I just wanted to check with you whether there was a route that way, because it's more likely to go that way if there is a route that way. That's it for the time being. So it was the adoption, the macerator, and the route, please, from the council.
Yeah, thanks. So with regards to the adoption of the pumping station, I don't believe it's a case that Anglian Water will not adopt it. It's the choice of the applicants that they would like to have a private pumping station, which is maintained by themselves on the site. And I understand that the sort of maintenance arrangements, etc., are a bit easier with private pumping stations than if obviously somebody else takes that on. With regards to the macerator, obviously that was the advice given from Dura Pump in specific relation to this site and the scale of development, etc. So I don't really know. I'm not an expert in terms of that kind of thing, so I'm not sure I can comment any further on that. The map with regards to the foul sewer, that is obviously different to the surface water sewer, as far as I'm aware. I can bring that map back up again just to show you, if that helps.
I think the answer is that the sewer's already there. So the sewer, it links into an existing sewer, which then runs south towards Batchelor Road.
So sorry, it's not the blue one. It's the brown one is the foul sewer. So this is blue is the surface water sewer, just here, and the brown one is the foul water sewer, which goes down Baker's Lane to Batchelor Road.
I'm actually reassured by that, because actually what it's saying is that the foul sewer does does go in the direction that is the natural fall of the land. So I'm encouraged by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Am I safe to speak, Aaron? Yes. Okay, thank you. So just wanted to clarify on page 129, 10.1, just so that we're fully clear about what it is we're being asked to do, because the wording seems a bit unusual to how we normally be. So we're being recommended to accept the following foul drainage details, but not to discharge because development has commenced. So for clarity, they shouldn't have commenced yet. Is that what that's telling me? And they've started and gone through it anyway, and sort of how will that process happen? It's a bit of an odd wording to what we're used to.
I think the question is around what we as a committee are being asked to do today. Are we being asked to essentially endorse this condition, or are we being asked to sign off it? Because it seems like we're not being asked to discharge, because obviously it's already fitted and people have moved in.
Yeah, so in terms of the information that's been submitted, you're being requested to accept that information. That's not to say that it's technically discharged, because we obviously need to ensure that it's built in accordance with those acceptable details before we can formally discharge the condition as such. So because the development has commenced, I understand there is something in, but whether it complies with this information is probably something to ask the applicants about. But certainly it's to accept the information, not to formally discharge the information.
Sorry to lay the points, just want to be absolutely clear what we are here to do today. So we are sort of giving our steer that we're happy or not. We use the word steer quite often in this committee, and then officers will clarify that what's here is actually what's in the ground, and then it will get discharged if it's compliant and matches. Is that right? Because I read that and I thought, does that mean it never gets discharged? Which I thought was a bit odd.
Well,
I'd imagine, should we agree it, building control will then have to check to make sure what we agree, if we do agree it, is actually what is fitted in the floor.
That's correct, yeah.
Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back on that. So what is the legal significance then, if any, of what we're being asked to do today? Because we had this 2 months ago. I was on committee. We rejected it. From what I understand, basically the same thing has come back to us, just with somebody else saying it's fine. We're not actually being asked to discharge the condition. If I'm being honest, it sounds a bit like we're being asked to give cover to officers who can then go and discharge the condition that we actually rejected.
Any officers want to comment?
Yeah, if the development has commenced, we can only accept the condition. We can't discharge it. As with all discharge of conditions applications, we don't actually formally discharge them. We accept the details, and then they're only formally discharged once they've been carried out in accordance with those agreed plans.
Sorry, can I just come back on that then? So what is, to go back to my first question, what is the legal significance then of this decision? Is this a planning decision with, legal significance under the Town and Country Planning Act?
Yeah, through you, Chair. As Karen has just said, obviously when details are submitted for under conditions on planning permissions, we are asked to obviously agree those details. Obviously, in that capacity, the applicant is still then required to implement the details that are agreed in accordance with the decision that has been made under that application. So it is just obviously the wording that we are asking you to accept the details, but obviously the discharge of the condition isn't falling within the remit of the committee.
Councillor Bradman?
As a sub on this committee, I wasn't present in April when, I don't think I was, I might have been, but when this previous request to discharge a condition was refused. And I, in fact, looked at the discharge of condition and the refusal decision, and what Councillor Dr. Richard Williams has said is sort of what was in my mind. If this is no different to what we refused in, or this committee refused in April, are we being asked to then accept something that we refused before with no change to it? And so what justification can there be for asking us to reconsider this again? What new information has come to us that might give us comfort to make a different decision in that case?
Okay, I'll just double check the minutes you were here. and
but with a memory like a pea.
Indeed, there's been quite a lot going on since then, as I appreciate. But
Sure.
What was the question, sorry?
What's new information?
Oh, okay. Well, I think the application is the same, bar with an additional report from another body which is backing up the technical appraisal. But perhaps officers can clarify that.
That's correct. It's an additional report from an independent consultant.
But other than that, the application is identical.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Okay, members, I think we've got some public speakers on this now, which I would like to take. The first one we have is on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Jason Cross, who I'm hoping is joining us online.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear and see you fine. I know you're well versed in how the committee operates, so 3 minutes to address us all, and then at the end there may be some questions of clarification for yourself. So whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you very much. To answer one of the questions, the reason we've resubmitted the application is because we believe that the details we submitted are acceptable, but perhaps just need some clarification to help members come to a decision on it. So I'll just briefly cover the key issues as we see them. Capacity of the receiving public foul sewer network was previously questioned and no doubt will be raised by the parish council as well. As developers, the procedure we have to follow is to apply to the local water authority for a point of connection to the public sewer, which we've done and agreed with them. And ultimately, it's Anglian Water's responsibility to ensure that there is capacity in the receiving network. Anglian Water have given repeated assurance that there is that capacity. We're obviously, and you've been told about the further work that's ongoing. We believe from the point of view of discharging this condition that we have dealt with our obligations under that condition, and the further work's actually outside the scope of condition 12. It's outside of our control, effectively. Just moving on to the rising main. Where there are changes in direction, the rising main, it can't be bent in 90 degrees. There are slow bends at each bend. It's just the way you have to lay that type of pipe. The alignment is technically compliant, but it's also important to clarify what's happened. It has not actually blocked, as been suggested. There have unfortunately been 2 incidents where one of the pumps became fouled up with, I'll describe them as unflushable items that made their way down the pipes into the pump chamber and caused one of the pumps to cease working. That tripped, that triggered the telemetry, it triggered a maintenance visit, the engineers came and cleared the blockage. All through that period, there are 2 pumps in there, the second pump continued to work and the rising main continued to work throughout. Those are the only 2 incidents that we have records of. And so it's not reflective of the capacity or the design of the system. As you've been told, the pump station and the sewers on site will remain private. This is covered by a management company and an appropriate maintenance regime. It's quite a normal arrangement for developments of this size and even larger ones. Indeed, we've had similar arrangements accepted on other developments we've done in South Cambridgeshire. As you've heard, the development has building regulations approvals, regular inspections are taking place, and the designs are also subject to checks and inspections by our warranty provider, which is the correct procedure to deal with this. As the planning officer said, we've provided further clarification on some of the gradients and the velocities to deal with the design. We understand that the parish have issued in their report a comparison to some of the cover levels and the contour plan. Without prejudging what they're saying, there will be some discrepancies in that exercise. The contour plan was produced for a different exercise. It doesn't show the fine detail of some of the garden levels. So if there are differences in cover levels, that's due to patios and steps and so on, which don't have any impact on the purpose of the original plan. They also don't affect the impact of the operation or the capacity of the foul drainage system. We take responsibility for our designs. We take a great deal of care to ensure that they're robust and that they don't pass on problems to our residents. So we really respectfully ask that this condition is now discharged so that we can proceed with delivering the houses and that people who are desperately waiting to occupy them can proceed to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Members, do you have any questions of clarification for the applicant? Councillor Heather-Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So when we look back to the minutes, one of the reasons that it was refused by the committee was because we believe the sewer connection from the pumping station and manhole was unsuitable. And that was, we believed, unsuitable. So I appreciate you've put more information in front of us in the aspiration that we'll change our mind. But have you taken any notice of that at all, or even proposed any slight changes at all? Because from what we heard earlier, not. And what consideration did you give to that, knowing that that was a concern of this committee?
Thank you. We've actually done a CCTV survey on site just to check the rising main. I listened to the discussion last time, and I think there was perhaps some confusion as to whether it was a gravity sewer or a rising main. And if it was a gravity sewer, I would agree that you don't normally have bends without manholes. With a rising main, you can do. It's a smooth bore pipe. As I said, you can't bend it at 90 degrees. It has to have slow bends. We've run the CCTV survey up to check that there are no obstructions, and there are not. You can't actually see very much in the survey, which is why we haven't uploaded it, as it doesn't particularly show the bends, but there are no obstructions. It hasn't blocked. It's the shortest route possible, and it's the most appropriate route, and we believe it's technically compliant and is working. So as I said, we feel this is an appropriate design and it works together with the dual pump system that we've got.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much. It was very politely put, your case about why you'd like us to look at this again, but I think it does come down to you got it wrong. Please look at this again. Can I ask why you didn't appeal? Why have you chosen to bring it back to this committee? Why didn't you just appeal the decision if you disagreed with it that was made in April?
We have done. There's an appeal submitted. I think it says so in the officer's report, I believe. But we would
which again baffles me as to why we're discussing this. But there we go.
We would rather work together with you to get this discharged as quickly as possible, and the best and most appropriate way of doing that we felt was to resubmit with the benefit of an independent assessment of the scheme in the hope that we could move things forward.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Heather Williams has one more question for you.
Thank you. And through yourself, Chair, you said about the best way forward, but of course this was meant to have been done before you even started building. Any comment on that?
We first submitted this application in July 2020. I can't go through all the reasons, but it's taken an enormous amount of time to get to this point. So we're now just trying to conclude it as swiftly as we can do.
Okay, well, Mr. Cross, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us this afternoon. We're going to move on to our next public speaker who is with us in the room, a trio of public speakers, I believe. We have representatives for the Parish Council, Councillor Kate Kell, Marie Manasai, and supporting them, Corrie Newell. So if you'd like to come forward to the table. Thank you again for being so patient. I appreciate you've been in the room with us for some hours now, so thank you very much for your patience. We all appreciate that. Before you begin, can I just check with you that you do have the permission of the Parish Council to represent their views today?
Yes, Henry, I do.
Good. Okay, well, I know you're, again, well versed in how the committee operates, so 3 minutes to give us your comments, and then there may be some questions for you at the end.
Chair, councillors, thank you. In addition to permission to speak from LPC, residents asked us to raise our concerns about the risk of flooding, noise and odour nuisance and the cost to them of frequent stoppages in the operation of this foul network. We note the response from CrowdAce to our concerns, saying that they made changes on site, but not to the drawings that are before you. These are the same drawings reviewed by the statutory consultees, so this practice appears to contradict the statement that the foul water scheme should be constructed and maintained in full accordance with the submitted information. These foul drawings are also not consistent with the surface water drawings. Sorry, I should have asked for my presentation to be started from slide 2, please. And these were recommended for approval.
Would you like to start again, if you do you need this?
It can just start from that page. That's grand.
I'll be a bit more lenient on the time, don't worry.
Thank you. All the surface manholes sit on the contours on that plan. The foul do not. And there are just a few examples highlighted in front of you. If you could go to the next slide, please. It's actually the fact that 3/4 of the foul manholes do not align with the contours. So this doesn't instill confidence that the scheme on paper in front of you accurately represents the network already in the ground, nor therefore that it will protect the residents from flooding. We still believe the Z-bends in the rising main could well lead to blockages and that these blockages could prove very difficult to remove. We note the response of Campbell Reith, paid for by CrowdAce, and will work where we can to raise awareness of the 3 Ps of flushing. Please skip the next slide and show the one after. The statement at the top from Anglian Water in the flood investigation report is concerning. It seems to imply that the flooding of properties with sewage doesn't constitute a problem. There are just a couple of examples of incidents reported to Anglian Water and forwarded to LPC shown. The current monitoring of the network is welcomed, although there was no consultation with the community regarding the locations of concern to us. Next slide, please. This is the garden on the low point of the sewer to the south of the Lonsdale connection. It flooded through the foul manhole, not via runoff from the surroundings on the 20th of July, and this was reported to Anglian Water. A further incident reported on the 26th of December would not have been apparent on the flow meters installed, as the nearest is upstream of this problem part of the network. This incident was attended by Anglian Water, but it is still not included in the investigation report. Next slide, please. The volume of surface water that enters our foul network is still not accounted for in any calculations. The Environment Agency should have been informed by Anglian Water about the sewage from around 1,000 homes entering the River Granta on the 20th of July last year, but they were not. Final slide, please. Councillors, this scheme lacks clarity, certainty and consistency. The risk of flooding remains, and it should again be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions of clarification for the parish councillors? No, I mean, clearly we have heard from you at the previous planning committee meeting. So no, we appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us again. And again, apologies for keeping you waiting so long. So thank you very much. Okay, last public speaker for the second time, Councillor John Batchelor, who for clarity is one of the 2 local members for Linton.
Yes, afternoon, members.
Afternoon. So I'm not going to run through the rules again, but as you know, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
No, I'll press on. I won't detain you very long because you've already heard the main arguments. This is another balance of harm issue. Will there be more harm caused by actually refusing this? I'm afraid the answer to that is probably yes. Let's be candid. Given that all the professional consultees involved are supporting this as being a viable foul drainage system, the chance of this being successfully argued at appeal clearly are not very good. They will delay matters considerably if we do wait for an appeal. And there's 2 primary issues here that we want to get on with, and which essentially is being held up by this one item. That is the completion of the flood measures on site. As you just seen from the Parish Council's presentation last July, there was very serious flooding in Linton and particularly in Lonsdale next to this site, which was caused by surface water from this site. So we need to get on with dealing with that. It is coming up to the year's anniversary, and July is our rainy season, so we want something to get on there. The other issue is, of course, the cavalier attitude that this developer has had towards his own clients. Against all the rules and the advice of South Cambs, he has sold houses and allowed people to take up residence there. If we refuse again, a consequence of that would be that the possibility arises that all the people who are currently resident on the site would be asked to leave. These are innocent bystanders, and none of us, I'm sure, would want to put them in that position. So, with some reluctance, I come to the view that the best course is to allow this to go forward so that they release more activity in dealing with more serious problems. So my advice to the committee is for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Committee members, do you have any questions for the local member? No, sorry, there is one. Councillor Bradnan.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. I think you've made a very measured assessment of the situation. Is it your impression that it's more important to proceed with the necessary surface water improvements, as we witnessed on site some months ago, than to refuse to discharge this condition?
Yes, I very much do, and to secure the tenancies of the people on site. I think that is, the humane thing to do. Thank you.
Can I ask one other question, Chair? Do we know? Do you, Councillor Batchelor, know whether the management company, which is going to have to cover the cost of maintaining this system, do we know if that's already been set up, or has it not yet been set up?
I'm not aware of that, afraid. Sorry, I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you. We do have two more questions. Sorry, Councillor Richard Williams and Councillor Handley. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much. Councillor Batchelor, according to the minutes of the meeting in April, you recommended that we refuse the application at that point. Can you just clarify for me whether that's accurate? I was on the committee, but I can't specifically remember. And if it is, can you tell us what's changed between now and then? Because, again, my memory may be false, but I seem to remember in April we discussed the fact that people had already been allowed to move into this site. So were they living there in April, or have they moved in between April and today?
Right, I didn't get all of that actually because you froze for a bit, but I understood it was what's changed as far as I'm concerned. As I hoped I made clear, what I think this is a lesser of decisions that perhaps you don't want to make anyway. What has changed is that it's come clear to me, at least, that an appeal would be lost, and there is really nothing to be gained by extending this for another 3 or 4 months. The balance would be that it's much more important to get the surface water issue dealt with, and not to put the current residents on the site at risk of being ejected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I can just come back, because you may miss my point, just on one specific thing. Could you clarify for us whether there were residents or whether there were people resident in those houses in April, or was there nobody resident in April, but there aren't people resident there now?
No, there were people resident there in April and prior to April, and more people have arrived since. That's the Cavalier issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Handley, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this... the photographs that were shown by the Parish Council of flooding with surface water, are you saying that if we approve this and move on, that rectification would take place, which would reduce the risk of that kind of surface flooding? Is that what you're telling us, Councillor John Batchelor?
Yes, Councillor, it is. There is a plan, but nothing has been happening lately. And oddly, that might be associated with the decision you're about to make today. But yeah, it's not for me to say. And work has been done on the flood reduction work, but it's not complete. And if there was a similar situation with as much water coming into the site as previously, then the surrounding areas would flood again, undoubtedly.
That actually persuades me. I think I'm willing to accept the advice of Councillor John Batchelor on this one, because obviously we need to get the surface water problem sorted, and if that's the only way we're going to do it, it's going to be done. I think I would concur.
No, that's great. I think that's all the questions for the local member. So, Councillor Batchelor, thank you very much for staying with us from this morning. And we will move on, members, to the debate section of this item. Okay, so we've heard from officers, from the applicant, from the parish council and local member. Members, some of us who have sat on the committee before have obviously been through this once already. So, members, I think it's up to us now to make a decision as to whether we wish to approve or refuse this. Yes, I will start the debate then with Councillor Heather Williams. Sorry, you had a question for officers, then I'll come on to the other members.
Thank you. If I may, Chair, if I can ask my clarification, digest it, and then I'll come back for the debate. Is that all right? Thank you. So it's just on what was raised by Councillor John Batchelor. That's very concerning because I use my words very carefully here, but it does feel like a form of blackmail, really. Not from Councillor Batchelor, I should make very clear. And just wondering where officers stand on this issue on case of precedent, because what we can't have is developers using this method to implement their will against this committee. And if we were to do as suggested, would that have any implications? Thank you, Chair.
So a moral question for officers there. I don't know if anyone wants to have a stab at that.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Obviously, the application has come back before you with some additional information about the system that's been installed, and we're asking you to consider that further information, whether members feel the information that's been provided is acceptable to take a different view from the previous position. That's down for you to debate and consider that information that's been presented for you. In terms of any precedent, no, obviously all planning applications are treated on their merits, and there are sets of specific circumstances that you're asked to consider when determining applications, and obviously the weight you apply to those considerations is a matter for your judgment. I think that's for us. Sure, I'll leave that.
Okay. Okay, members, moving into the debate then, we start with Richard Williams and then Councillor Brennan and then Khan.
Okay, Chair, I think you can probably guess what I'm going to say, but I find this absolutely extraordinary that this has come back to committee. We refused this in April. There are many planning applications, some in my own ward, that have been queued up for months for this committee, but this has been fast-tracked straight to the next meeting, leapfrogging all the other applications that are in the system waiting to come here. There is no change. We are basically being told, and let's be honest about it, you got it wrong, make a different decision. That's what this comes down to. It is not at all clear what we're actually being asked to decide, though. I didn't get a straight answer to the question of, is this a planning decision under the Town and Country Planning Act? And it seems very vague to me as to what we're actually being asked to do. We've been told we're not actually being asked to discharge or this condition or not. We're sort of being asked to, I don't know, express a view, and somebody else can then discharge it, or apparently it doesn't need to be discharged anymore. The applicants have appealed. That's their right to appeal. But again, I come back to the fact that we're being asked to look at this ourselves, having leapfrogged all those other applications. It just looks like this is being fast-tracked and railroaded through this committee for the convenience of the developer, so they don't have to wait for the determination of their appeal. I find it absolutely extraordinary that we're being asked to do this. Same application, no real material difference, just you got it wrong, do it again. I'm lost for words.
I don't know if any officers want to come back on that. Not essential, but no. Okay, we'll move on then to Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you. I've sat on a number of different planning committees for different authorities, And it's my experience that when you have a situation like this, where the matter is highly contentious, highly potentially deleterious to, indeed, in this case, people who are actually living on the site through no fault of their own, that they weren't to know that there was a problem here. It's normal to get an independent contractor, an independent expert to comment. Now, what we've got is that the applicant commissioned Campbell Reith engineers. And indeed, you know, I'm glad that they paid for it, but I wondered whether the district council considered engaging its own independent authority to give an independent view and charge that to the developer. However, could the officers comment on that? Because we know we have engineers that we've used in the past for independent advice. And I think in this situation where it's so fraught, it might have been wise for us to consider that. Could we have some advice on that?
Again, not sure if any officers want to comment.
I'm not aware of any proposal to do that. Obviously, we've got a drainage engineer who will comment on schemes that come forward, and their comments are obviously provided in the report. But as proposed to getting an engineer to actually look into this further, I'm not aware that that's been considered as part of a revised application.
What a shame is all I can say, because then we might have had more comfort about the findings of the drainage experts' report. I have no reason to doubt this engineer's report, but it would have been, it would have given us as a committee comfort that we were seeking advice from an engineer who we trusted and recognised. And let's face it, this district council has had a number of occasions when it has needed to seek the advice of an independent engineer, namely at Northstowe, I believe. So just seemed a shame we didn't take that opportunity. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Martin Khan, please.
They haven't come. I agree with you. They've wanted us to come back and basically accept what they proposed before. But there is one major difference in what they've done in their comments. And now this is by their own consultant, so you must it was taken in that context, which is that when we originally objected to this proposal, as I remember, the main concern was that there were right-angle bends, and they thought this was going to cause blockages. We've now been told that the form of bend wasn't completely right-angled, it was slightly curved, so that whatever the plan looks like, it's not a complete blockage, and therefore it's less likely to obstruct, and that the previous blockages occurred in the pump and not in the pipe. Now, that's an important piece of information. It's from their consultant. And I agree with Councillor Bradnam that it would be desirable that we also have an independent appraisal of that. But if that is the case, it does mean that we were perhaps making a judgment last time on imperfect information. And so I do see that I do see the benefit of having a look at this again in the light of this new information. But I also feel that we perhaps do need an independent appraisal of this interpretation. I mean, we made the interpretation last time on the basis of our imperfect knowledge of drainage, none of us are drainage experts, knowing that when you've got a sewer which falls by gravity, if you have a right-angle bend, you're liable to have blockages. Many of us have probably come across that in our own drains, and normally you have a manhole there to clear it. In this case, it wasn't proposed. So I can see why there is a difference. I know what they have said. I would just feel easier if I had it also from another party who is not tied to one either side, who could give us confirm whether that's the case. But assuming that the advice that the applicant has been given is accurate, I agree with Councillor Batchelor, the local member, that I cannot see any real reason why now we should not accept it. We're going to get ourselves in more problems if we don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to try and balance the merits of what's in front of us as best I can here. But there was an important point there about none of us are experts, but that's the point of planning committee. The point is that we're not experts. So, you know, I don't think we should worry about not being experts, because if that's the case, we probably never should have walked through the door this morning. That in mind, as well, I'm looking at what's changed. All I've got is something else from the developer saying, don't worry, it'll be okay. But the evidence I have from the Parish Council is still that there is a problem, and that hasn't changed, and we've seen the photos. I sympathise with the reasoning why Councillor John Batchelor has changed his decision. It's an incredibly difficult position that he's in, as is all local members, when these things happen. And I can understand the desire to get something in as soon as possible with the flood measures, as was referenced by Councillor Hanley. But I do also feel that there is not any substantial difference between what we were seeing in April and what we're seeing now. And my view is that if it's not different, why would I change my mind? And that is unfortunate for those who live there, and I have the greatest sympathy, and I think they should all very much check and never use their lawyers again, because the lawyers, when they bought the houses, should have flagged this up. But for me, there is a real concern that if we change our mind, then what happens next? So I personally will not be held to ransom and take it to appeal. What happens at appeal happens at appeal. We cannot make decisions on the basis that one day we may lose, because then we would never make a decision ever. We made a decision in April. Nothing has substantially changed. I do agree if we'd had an independent report, then I think that may have given more confidence, but the reality is that's not where we are, so we can't take that into consideration. So I will be voting to refuse. I would stress others to do and see how the appeal goes. And let's not let them take any more liberties than they already have.
Thank you for that. Councillor Handley, please.
For the benefit of anyone watching, there are 3 members of this committee who are coming to this afresh today, completely. So I'm basing my judgment on what I've seen and heard and read. And just my point, really. I just wanted to remind people of that.
That's useful to remind everyone. Thank you, Councillor. Members, oh, sorry. Jeff's written his own name down. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think one of the difficulties with this is that there are sort of multi-agencies involved, are there not? Because, I mean, really this application sort of depends mainly on you know, what the new infrastructure being created is, and then that connects to the Anglia Water sewerage system, and that's the responsibility of Anglia Water, I suppose. And the problem is, if Anglia Water is saying that's okay, it doesn't seem to me that leaves us much space to say that this shouldn't be approved. But I mean, given the history of the case, I mean, it's a difficult one. But I think I would kind of take on back to this point, you know, and also Heather Williams' point, I suppose, in the obverse, you know, what would be the outcome if we refuse this? And it seems to me that, on balance, actually, it'd be better to approve. So that would be my decision.
Okay, thank you, members. We've heard sort of 2 sides of the argument there. People saying they would be minded to approve and others not. Do any members wish to raise any issues that have not already been raised and we haven't already covered? Is this a new issue, Councillor? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I say I think it is a new issue because I just wanted to clarify in my own mind, and it's in the MP letter. Am I to understand that perhaps what is a new issue is that since this was last considered in April, thank you for reminding me I was there, that there's been a proposal to install a macerator. Now, is that different to what we looked at in April? Because
there isn't a proposal to install a macerator. There was a request by the parish council and the MP to install a macerator, but the applicant decided not to on advice of the manufacturer.
Okay, because I'm looking back at this drainage expert report, and there is quite a long lot of drawings about a Dura pump, which I don't know if that's referring to the pump that's already in the system, or if it's...
Durapump's the company that manufactures the system.
Okay, right. What I'm trying to see in this report from the expert is their conclusion as to what... It doesn't come to a conclusion, actually. There is no conclusion in this report. There's a whole lot of copies of information of, correspondence with the case officer and correspondence from the Rachel Veazey, the South Cambs Sustainable Drainage Engineer, but there is no conclusion from this expert that I can find. There's Anglian Water in here. There's several pages from Dura Pump, but I can't see anything that explains whether this drainage expert actually feels, there's lots and lots of drawings, but there's no actual narrative about whether it's satisfactory or not, which is unsettling, to say the least. You'd normally expect to see an executive summary at the top, and we've got an introduction.
Well, Karen has just appeared, so let's get some clarity from her. I mean, I understand they were saying the system as proposed is acceptable, but let's hear from the officer.
Yeah, I think you might be looking at the foul drainage statement document rather than the letter from the consultants. There is a conclusion in the letter from the consultants. I can share it if... That's the one, yeah, that's the consultant's review, yeah.
Okay, but I think in summary, the conclusion from that document is that it is deemed acceptable.
Yes, sorry, because what I was going to say was that that letter is 4 pages. And so I was surprised that it was so brief, actually, given the complexity of what they were being asked to look at.
I hope that's clarified then.
No, it doesn't. Actually, what I'm concerned about is the brevity of that, given that actually what they've been asked to do is not just look at the internal workings of the system that has been installed, but whether this is going to be manageable by to cope with the... I know it's down to Anglian Water as to whether they've got capacity to accept, but this summary, which is a matter of 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, which is what I had seen before and couldn't believe that was the sum total of it. I find it hard to find this a source of comfort.
Okay. I mean, I think we voted to refuse this 2 months ago. An identical application has been put forward before us with an additional report, which is essentially saying, yes, it is acceptable as proposed. So we, as a committee, need to decide whether that has now comforted us enough to vote to approve it, or if we're still of the same opinion as we were 2 months ago and wish to refuse. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do just want to come back to the constitutionality of what we're being asked to do here, because we have been told we're not actually being asked to approve or refuse. So could somebody explain to me what the nature of the decision that we're being asked to make now is under our scheme of delegation? What is the significance of what we're being asked to decide, and how does it fit under that scheme?
Sure, perhaps officers can again clarify what exactly the decision is we're being asked to make.
Thank you, Chair. It's to approve the details that have been submitted under this application. The recommendation on the previous proposal, I believe, must have been the same recommendation, that you were asked to agree the details that are before you in terms of the foul drainage system. So that is the decision for members to make.
Could we ask for legal advice? please.
I imagine it'll be the same, but if it will comfort you, Vanessa.
Thank you. When I read the report, I too was confused as to what it was you were being asked to do, approve, discharge, and I did speak to Karen about this. My understanding is you are being asked to accept the condition that has been put forward. I can't think of any other word other than approve, effectively. And if the committee do that, the officers will then ensure that the condition is carried out, all the works within that condition are carried out in strict accordance with it to enable them, the officers, to discharge the condition. Karen referred to, we cannot discharge a pre-commencement condition that has not been properly applied once development has commenced. So we would have to wait until the officers were completely happy with it to discharge it. But the committee is being asked to effectively agree the wording of the condition, which the officers will ensure compliance with, in order that they can discharge it.
Thank you. If I could come back, that's actually very helpful. So if I understand correctly then, the legally operative action, if you like, will actually be taken by officers, not by this committee. We're basically giving them the green light to do that on the basis of what's before us. Is that a fair summary?
That's exactly what you're being asked to do. The committee, my understanding, and having checked it with the officer, is that you're not being asked to discharge the condition. You are being asked to accept the wording of the proposed condition that the officers will discharge on the basis that it is complied with, strictly complied with.
That's very helpful, Vanessa. Thank you for that. I do have one final speaker, then I'm going to move to a vote on this. Councillor Khan.
I just wanted to come back on to comments Councillor Williams made regarding I think it's worth remembering about the problems that were discussed by the Linton Parish Council in terms of the drainage in the village. These were mainly surface water, but even the problems with foul water. But these are things which are occurring elsewhere in the village, and in a sense, as I see it, are not relevant to this application. At the outline stage, effectively by approving the number of houses, it's been accepted that you can put this additional amount of sewage into the sewage system. And what we're looking at, just remember that what we're looking at is the arrangement for the foul sewage within the development and the connection. And that connection has to be accepted because we've approved the outline condition allowing that number of houses to be connected to the system. That aspect of it, I don't see as being relevant. It's really whether the existing system as proposed will work within the development. That's just a comment and an observation.
Okay, thank you. Well, members, I think we now have a decision to make, and that is we either accept the officer's recommendation as it is in front of us, or we refuse it on the same grounds we did last time. Those, in my view, are the two options that we have. I see there is a bit of, there isn't unanimity in the room, so we'll again take a recorded vote on this, please. So I'm going to ask Democratic Services to set that up. So as previously, blue button to register you're here, green if you're in favour of the proposal, red if you're against, and yellow to abstain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. Okay, so that's 7 votes in favour, 2 against, so that is approved. Members, before we move on, we do need to take another vote to continue past 4 hours, as that is a requirement. So, members, are we in agreement that we can continue? Agreed. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is 8 in our agendas. And is on page 131 of our packs. The application is at 7 West Green in Barrington. The proposal is the demolition of an existing dwelling house, outbuildings, and the erection of 2 new dwelling houses with a single garage associated with each new property. The applicant is Mrs. Patricia Hopkins, and the reason it is before us today is because the recommendation of the officer is in contradiction to that of the local parish council. The presenting officer is Mr. Sexton again. Michael, we will hand over to you and let you introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a full planning application for demolition of an existing dwelling and the erection of two at 7 West Green in Barrington. This is just a site location plan, so you can see the existing dwelling number 7, and you can see the size of the plot where the two dwellings will go, denoted in the red line. Just in terms of constraints, the site is within the development framework boundary of Barrington, aside from a small area that encroaches beyond that line, but that is existing garden land. The pink is the adjacent protected village amenity area, and the pink line running to the south is also the conservation area. So the site is within the framework boundary and the conservation area, and adjacent to a protected village amenity area. I won't read this in full, but there was a previous application for demolition of one dwelling, erection of two, which was refused by officers under delegated powers. The reasons for refusal, I've highlighted the key points here to hopefully focus the debate. The previous scheme was refused by virtue of Unit 1's excessive massing, height, scale, design and position, and the unacceptable dominance and harm that would have on the character and appearance of the conservation area and adjacent protected village amenity area. And reason 2 was the absence of an ecological survey that was required prior to determination. So moving, just to cover point 2 at this stage, an ecological survey has been submitted as part of this application and found acceptable by the council's ecology officer. So reason 2 has been addressed in full. Reason 1 is the matter for debate today. In terms of context of the area, the application dwelling is this dwelling here. And you can see the area of vacant land to the right where Unit 2 will be proposed, which you will see on the next screen. So these are the two proposed dwellings, following or slightly set back from the existing building line of number 5 and number 13. So you can see that continued pattern of development and a reasonable degree of separation between the proposed dwellings themselves and the dwellings either side, seeking to retain the character of Barrington in this particular area. These are the elevations for Unit 1, so we're looking at a two-storey dwelling with a 1.5-storey side, and Unit 2, a two-storey dwelling as well. Hopefully this is the most useful slide to you. The top street scene view is the application that's before members today, and the bottom one is the refused scheme. Visually, you'll notice that the side extension of Unit 1 has been reduced in size. And although Unit 2 wasn't a reason for refusal, the single-storey garage has been removed or moved slightly just to increase that visual degree of separation. So in terms of the differences that have been made that aren't perhaps as clear, the ridge height of Unit 1 here has been reduced by 0.4 metres to the previous scheme. The width of the main element of the dwelling has been reduced by 0.9 metres, and the extension element has been reduced by 0.7 metres from the ridge. So there's a number of reductions that have been made to Unit 1 seeking to address that first reason for refusal. A number of key material considerations as set out in the report. I think the key one before members today is the impact on the character of the area and the conservation area as per the previous reason for refusal. I think it's important to note that Historic England offered no comment because of the scale of the application, and the council's conservation officer is satisfied with the proposal. There are conditions within the permission for details of materials. There's also a condition that recommends the removal of permitted development rights to prevent extensions to the dwelling, which may give harm to the character of the conservation area. That would need to come forward through a formal planning application. That's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Before we go to public speakers on this one, of which we have a few, do any members have any questions of clarification for Mr. Sexton? Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify whether this house currently has permitted rights of access over the green. There appears to be a sort of an informal driveway across the green when you look on Google imagery, and I just wanted to check whether that's a a formal right of way, or what is the nature of that access?
My understanding, they do have that right. Barrington, as you may know, has got a swathe of beautiful green space along the High Street, which is owned and managed, I believe, by the Green Charity. So the access does cross that land. The applicants serve notice on them as part of the application form. But the Green Charity have also been consulted formally on the planning application and offered no comment. So,
yep. Forgive me for not thinking about this in advance, but is there any request in the application for reinforcement of that, because it is just across grass at the moment?
if you just bear with me, I'm just going to open up the site plan, which does give a few details.
Whilst Michael's looking that up, do any other members have any questions of clarification for the officer at this stage?
Chairman, I'm just wondering whether or not this is something that is going to be material to our decision. Is it? Eh? How come? Through you, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, the reason I asked the question is because it could potentially have an impact or play into one's thinking about the additional cars that are likely to be on site.
Okay, well, I think Mr. Sexton is looking that up at the moment, and I think he may have come to a conclusion.
I can display the site plan and zoom in slightly on the access arrangements. This is recommended as one of the approved plans. There are a number of annotations which include land to be graded from level of track down general existing levels of green, existing access track to be inspected by engineer and strengthened as required, then to be widened and a position adjusted by greenways with the Green Charity. Track between line indicated and driveway off West Green to be constructed in accordance with West Green Charity specification. Track between line indicated and ownership boundary to be no dig construction as outlined in Hayden's arboricultural impact assessment. Top surface of entire track to be as the Green Charity specification.
So in answer, yes, it is going to be reinforced. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll note obviously the heavy reference there to doing that in line with the Green Charities agreement. So hopefully that.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, members, we're going to move on to our public speakers now. The first public speaker we have is Mr. John Walker, who's joining us online. Are you with us, Mr. Walker? I can see he's online, albeit he may have fallen asleep by now. But Mr. Walker, are you with us? Okay.
Yes, I am, yes.
We're here, okay, good. We can see and hear you. We can also see Councillor van der Weyer. I wondered if he wouldn't mind switching his camera off. Thank you. So, Mr. Walker, welcome. Thank you for bearing with us all afternoon. We will give you 3 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions for you, so please do hang on the line.
Okay. Well, my name is John Walker, and my wife and I own and reside at 5 West Green, immediately adjacent to number 7. Firstly, can I state I would have no objection to the development at 7 West Green, including the 2 houses on the site, if the proposal conformed to adopted conservation policies and guidance, but it doesn't. The original proposals at 7 West Green were recently refused due to their excessive massing, height and scale, inappropriate design, orientation and relative position to both number 5 West Green and the adjacent protected village amenity area. Excuse me. Since that refusal, what has changed? Our understanding is that the current submission is of exactly the same height as the refused scheme, which is different to what has just been reported. It continues to dominate over the ridge height of 5 West Green. The depth of build has reduced by just 30 centimetres on one property and 70 on the other. The massing, bulk and scale remain excessive and virtually unaltered. There's still an increase of 300% of the width of the development, which will dominate the street scene and decimate the openness of the site. The scheme continues to incorporate windows which directly overlook our rear amenity space, contrary to the adopted design guide principles. The scheme continues to propose build form twice as close to the boundary of our property as currently occurs, exacerbating overbearance. Any suggestion that such minimal changes have addressed the original reasons for refusal is astonishing. Additionally, the scheme now conflicts directly with the conservation area appraisal for Barrington, which was painstakingly prepared and was adopted in January this year. Within the CAA, our property is noted as a building which is important to the character of the conservation area. Its setting, which includes the openness of 7 West Green, must therefore be preserved. The CAA requires developments to respond positively to the scale and massing of the existing adjacent buildings, neither of which this scheme does. The CAA stipulates that the existing gaps between buildings with specific reference to gaps at 7 West Green are a key characteristic of the conservation area, and any infilling of these should be resisted, as this would, and I quote, seriously erode the quality of the conservation area. It is clear that 7 West Green is an important feature of the conservation area, yet the conservation officer's comments simply repeat the comments from the previous submission. They make no specific reference to the recently adopted CAA or set out why support is being given for a development which directly conflicts with the CAA. In light of this and the imperceptible changes from the original submission, it is impossible to see how this latest version addresses the reasons for the first refusal. So,
would you mind summing up, please?
Yes, I'm done. So the question has to be asked, what on earth is the point of producing a conservation area appraisal only to have it immediately ignored, both by the conservation officer and potentially by the planning department? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Members, do we have any questions of clarification for Mr. Walker? Councillor Bradham.
Thank you. So just to understand what you've said, Mr. Walker, you're saying that Barrington adopted a conservation area appraisal in January 2022. Sorry, I should say prior to that, a previous version of this application was refused. Then in January 2022, a conservation area appraisal was adopted, and you're saying that the conservation officer's comments make no reference to that conservation area appraisal. Have I understood you correctly?
That's, I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't think there's any further questions for you, Mr. Walker. So again, thank you very much for your patience in waiting for this slot. So, you know, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us today.
Okay, thank you.
Our next public speaker is a representative of the applicant, Mr. Ben Pridgeon for Bidwells. Mr. Pridgeon, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, not see you, but not essential as long as we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Just in clarification of those 3 points which were raised, access would be agreed with the Greens charity, and it can be conditioned by virtue of the drawing. We would emphasise that the building has been reduced in massing, scale and height. We would also emphasise that there has been no objection from the conservation officer as with the previous application. But we note the officer's recommendation for approval, which we can concur. There are no objections or issues from statutory consultees, including the conservation officer, and together these should be given significant weight in support of the application. Members will note that the application has been through design alterations from the previous refused application, which addresses for the reasons for refusal. And the dwellings have been designed by an architect with significant experience in working with conservation areas and heritage assets. The scale and layout of the development is appropriate in this location, which comprises a broad mix of houses across the green with no particular theme or unity. And the proposed development provides biodiversity net gain and goes above and beyond in providing a well-designed, appropriate pair of houses. We've focused on the comments of the parish council and neighbours in brief only, as we don't consider them to be fully justified. So starting off, the proposed development does not comprise an inappropriate scale in a tight setting. It provides an efficient use of land whilst not exceeding or being at odds with the wider urban grain of the village, and these are entirely appropriate for the conservation area as outlined by the Conservation Officer. The good quality trees along the site frontage will remain. These are the ones which may be said to contribute to the character of the conservation area. Some to the rear will be removed, but we've had comments back from the trees officer taken with the preservation of those trees and additional landscaping and planting along the site frontage. These will vastly improve and enhance the site, which is overgrown and unsightly, and the wider conservation area. Increased traffic movements to and from the site once occupied will be absolutely minimal. There are only 2 houses. Construction traffic can be managed by a suitably worded planning condition if necessary. In respect of ecology, we have gone over and above to demonstrate ecological enhancements and biodiversity net gain at the site, which will be afforded significant weight. And as outlined in the officer report, overlooking will be limited and can be managed by the proposed condition. I really do sincerely commend this application to you. It's well designed, well thought out, and will provide significant benefits to the village and make efficient use of a site which has been unoccupied for many years and bring an additional net dwelling to the village. And I would further emphasise there have been no objections from statutory consultees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pridgen. That's very concise. Members, any questions of clarification on Mr. Pridgen's presentation? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, just it might help to show our slides. But with Unit 1, is there any particular reason for the solid block rendering? Oh, perhaps I will never know, Chair.
That was a...
Must have been something I said.
Okay, well, whilst we're waiting for him to come back, we do have other public speakers online. So when Mr. Pridgen comes back, we will return to him. But I'm hoping we have Councillor Ray Kemp from the Parish Council. Councillor Kemp.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. And before you do begin, can I just double check you have the permission of the Parish Council to represent their views?
I have permission of both parish councils.
Both, very good.
At the previous meeting, waiting all day to speak, and I'm here for another half day waiting to speak, which actually shows the importance that the Parish Council attaches to this particular proposal.
Indeed, and we appreciate your patience. As I said, it's been a long day, so thank you very much for bearing with us. So as with previous speakers, 3 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions for yourself. So please, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just as background, my training is in planning. I have a PhD in planning, and my long-term colleague, Professor Mike Purdue, long-term editor of the Journal of Planning Law, used to say to me that you must always remember that planning isn't an exact science. It's really a matter of judgment and context. And I think several of the issues you've been facing today, as I've been listening, have been about coming to a judgment which doesn't necessarily always agree with those as officers. And the Parish Council's judgment on this particular application does disagree with that of the officers. And we are minded to just remind you of the context. You know, the context is that Barrington Green is a really unique environment. It's the second longest village green in England. It has gone through a very recent appraisal by the conservation team. That appraisal was published and consulted upon last year. A lot of effort went into that. And it was finally approved and published in January. We were really disappointed as a parish council that neither the conservation officer nor the planning officer referred to that conservation area appraisal in their original assessment of the application, which came before you in April. And it's given a small mention, I think, in the current report of the officer. When you actually look at the conservation area appraisal at 5.2.2, what it says is that proposals to subdivide plots, including those which propose an additional house or houses to the rear of existing buildings, are particularly problematic in this conservation area. The two widely spaced single lines of houses on each side of the green are a key characteristic of the conservation area, and any development which fills these gaps or results in additional buildings being visible through the gaps or above the roofline of the existing houses would seriously erode the quality of the conservation area. Opportunities to subdivide plots without causing such harm are likely to be limited in the conservation area. Now, it's the parish council's view, and we're the people that live here and respond to our residents' concerns, are that this is exactly the kind of thing, this proposal is the one that is problematic for the conservation area. It is filling in gaps, basically squeezing in an extra development for no public benefit, which will be detrimental to the character of the conservation area. So we are disappointed. We think actually that the original ground for refusal still stands, that this proposal should be rejected on for reason one, as with the original application. And the marginal amendments that have been made really don't help if you think very hard about what the conservation area appraisal was pointing you towards. So it is a matter of context, and it is a matter of judgment, and the parish council's judgment is that this should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kemp. Members, do you have any questions of clarification for the parish councillor? No, I don't think we do. So again, Councillor Kemp, thank you very much for your patience. Appreciate this is the second time you've come back, so we appreciate your persistence with us. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
I think we have Mr. Pridgeon back. Are you there, Mr. Pridgeon?
Yeah, yes, you. Yeah.
Good. Did you kick your router over?
Yes, I did. Yes.
1-0, there you go. Okay, well, thank you for returning anyway, we appreciate it. We did have some questions for you, if that's okay with yourself.
Of course.
We have questions from two councillors, Councillor Heather Williams and then Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was simply about the rendering. Is there a reason for the block rendering?
That's a question for you, Mr. Pridgeon.
Yeah, thank you. As I identified it, this has been undertaken by an architect with a significant experience in conservation areas, and it's also accompanied by a heritage statement to accompany and inform the planning application. Our view was that this would be appropriate in the village, and it would seek to sustain and enhance the conservation area. I don't recall the list of conditions off the top of my head, but there may well be an condition about precise materials and materiality within those condition list, and that could provide a sort of confirmation over any uncertainty or any clarity, and just to confirm that the materials which are used in the building itself are appropriate.
Yeah, just for clarity, I have looked at condition 7 does detail materials to be used. Yeah. Just for clarity. Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pridgeon. I just wanted to check with you, and I didn't know whether I'd not heard you saying this or if you did say it, but did you say you've already discussed in principle what you're planning to do, and particularly with regard to access, the improvements to the access that are being proposed? Have you discussed that all already with the Barrington Green charity, or was that something that you plan to do?
That's something that will be planned to do. Our view was, the client's view was, that there would be no point doing that until we got permission. Our view is that that would be, if you liked, a separate consent, and will be agreed with the Green charity separately. But there's been no objection from the Greens charity for the planning application, so we consider that if this application is approved, which we hope it will be, then those discussions and agreements can be made.
I appreciate it's sometimes a bit of a chicken before egg type situation, but thank you very much.
Indeed. Councillor Khan, please.
Just for information, you're planning to lay down new surfaces on the the access track or do works on it. I just wonder for information whether you need permission from under the Law Property Act, because it's a common land, registered common land, or you're doing works. It may that you don't. I don't know whether you've investigated that.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, that's for you, Mr. Pridgeon, around building access and whether you have all the relevant permissions to do that.
That's not my area of expertise, but as I stated, that would all be agreed through a suitably qualified person once permission has been granted.
Works on common land normally require permission of the Secretary of State. It's a special law under the Law Property Act 1925. I don't know whether it only applies when you're actually putting an enclosure rather than works on the ground, but that's why I just wanted to check whether that had been checked.
Yeah, I think Mr. Pridgeon's indicated he's not sure, so maybe it might be a question for officers perhaps in the debate.
Sorry, I would also indicate that that's not necessarily a planning matter, but that's something that Michael can clarify.
Okay, good. There's no more questions for yourself, Mr. Pridgeon, so thanks again for taking the time to address us today, and thank you for rejoining after dropping out momentarily. We will move on now to the local member, Councillor van der Weyer. Aidan, are you with us?
I am, yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can see and hear you perfectly, so I think you know the procedure. So 3 minutes whenever you please.
Good. Yeah, thank you very much. As you've seen, this is a very sensitive location. On the one hand, in terms of Barrington Conservation Area and the setting of the large village green in Barrington, and on the other hand, in terms of the vibrant ecology in and around the site. We, as the local planning authority, therefore have to take into account very carefully the concerns that you've heard raised by Barrington Parish Council and by the neighbouring residents, and I'd like to echo those concerns. And I'm very grateful for the time taken in the committee to do that today. If you are minded
Aidan, 1 second. It sounds like you're in a wind tunnel, I'm afraid. Okay. Is it possible to maybe stop nudging the microphone?
Yeah, I will. I'll just, if give me just a second.
Yeah, no problem. I've stopped the stopwatch. Don't worry.
Is that any better?
Perfect. Thank you, Aidan. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind rewinding about 10 seconds, that'd be great.
Yes, I was just saying that it's really important that we've taken into account these concerns raised by the Parish Council, neighbouring residents, which I would like to echo, and I'm very grateful for you taking the time to do that today. If you are minded to review this application, it is vital that there are strong conditions in place to protect the ecology of the site, the trees, and the setting of the green and different landscaping.
Chairman, can we point out to Councillor van der Weyer that we think it's possible? Are you have you got papers near to the front of your laptop? Because what we can hear is interference.
Yeah. Okay. Is that any better now?
Sorry.
Is that any better now?
Yeah, that's much better, Aidan. Thank you.
Yep. So the issue of access has been raised by a couple of members. I was the chair of the Green Charity for a number of years. I'd probably say a word or two about that to help the debate later. The Green Charity has a single trustee, which is the Parish Council. So it's the same people who are the trustee of the Green Charity. It owns the Green. It gives licences for residents to cross the Green to access their properties. There's very few actual rights of way, so there isn't a right of way in this case. They have very clear specifications for the roadways that give access to properties, and as applicants said, that they would follow those specifications. and that would be in agreement with the Green Charity. So I think there's been a lot of legal advice given to the Green Charity about how that system works in relation to in response to Councillor Khan's comments about the requirements for the work on the green. We've had advice on that. So I think that would be fully addressed in conjunction with the Green Charity after any permission is given. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor van der Weyer. Members, any questions of clarification for the local member before we move to debate? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I'm just asking for clarity on this because it was a bit difficult between all the papers and everything else. But so, are you in supportive of the officer's recommendation, or are you recommending refusal like the Parish Council? Sorry, is that okay to ask?
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry if the words didn't get across. What I'm asking you to do is fully take into account the comments of the Parish Council and the residents on this. I think it is a very sensitive location that and I think that's what why this has been asked to come before you. You've heard their case very strongly.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Councillor van der Weyer. Thank you, Chairman. What I'm hearing is that you're saying you want us to take into account the views that have been expressed by the Parish Council, who you've also helpfully pointed out are the single trustee of the Green Charity. But I haven't actually heard really any significant reasons for refusal. I can see they're written in the Parish Council's objection, but are you saying that you feel that you as local member support those reasons for objection?
Yes, I'm certainly not giving any further reasons. The Parish Council has given sort of very strong reasons for refusal. I think I agree with the reasons, the concerns that they've set out. Yes, and then it's up to you to consider whether they're strong enough for refusal. Absolutely.
Okay, I think those are all the questions for yourself, Councillor van der Weyer. So again, thank you for bearing with us as we move through the rest of the agenda. So again, thank you for your time today. Okay, members, that concludes our public speakers. So we can now move to the debate. Again, obviously we have the officers with us as well in case there's any further questions that will help us make a decision. But we have lots of information in the agenda in front of us. We heard from lots of public speakers, locals, parish councillors and local members. So if we could move into the debate, please, starting with Councillor Harvey, then Hanley, then Bradnam.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I apologise if I am slightly not as knowledgeable as I should be, but it was a bit of a surprise to me. I mean, the application is for demolition and then building. I'm quite surprised that demolition, it doesn't kind of, in the first place, require some debate, given that in a conservation area it's kind of severely limited what you can do to change a house that is already there. It's kind of a surprise to me that you can just demolish something entirely, but I wonder if one of the officers could just explain that.
Sure, I don't know if any officers want to attack that. I'd imagine demolition is a part of this application, but I'm sure officers can clarify.
Yeah, so the demolition is part of the application, the assessment. I'd probably say this is a dwelling within a conservation area of where the people who live there will be listening to this, of no particular architectural sort of merit or interest. It's not perhaps a significant building in the conservation area where demolition may be resisted. So there's no objections from officers, including the council's conservation officer, to the demolition of the building.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Handley, please.
Arrington is a lovely village, a very special village, and it has its character of its own, unique almost, I would say. However, I'm looking at the full site location plan, and it shows the existing property, and then I was looking to its left, there are semi-detached houses, and a little bit further up, there are a number of other properties which, you know, is far denser than, you know, what we're looking at here on this site. I'm going to stay open-minded. I want to hear the debate, but my initial reaction, having heard everything so far, is that this is not something I feel strongly that we should reject at the moment. That's the way I'm feeling.
No, that's clear. Thank you. Councillor Bradnam, please.
Yes, I have actually been to Barrington on a number of previous occasions for the purposes of planning committee, so I am distantly, and for other purposes, so I'm distantly familiar with it. And what I've always observed is that there is a variety of dwellings on both sides of the green, and indeed it is lovely and it's a beautiful area. But I have been, you know, I have noted in the past on informal visits to Barrington that there is a range of age, style, nature of dwellings. And as you look at the house from the front, as I'm doing on Google imagery, which may or may not be up to date, I note that there's, as Councillor Handley has said, there's to the left of it, there's a suite of a run of semi-detached dwellings and a bungalow, some moderns, what look like 60s, 70s buildings, and then some older. And then to the right of it, there is a series of 3 dwellings, which are sort of dormer, 1.5 story sort of houses, which look charming also on the green, but they're at a much closer spacing. And so, you know, it seems to me that what is being proposed here is not unreasonable, and that we've had some dispute about whether what is being proposed is actually smaller than what was originally proposed. But I've asked questions quite carefully, as you've heard, about the access, because certainly it appears that these houses only have access across literally grass, which is obviously why they're seeking permission to, or will, if they get permission for this, they will seek permission from the Greens charity to have access across it. But I find it hard to see any reason why the style and nature of buildings that are being proposed would be refused. So I'm not making my decision yet, but I'm thinking this isn't unreasonable in principle.
Okay, good, thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think from what I'm looking at here, a lot of what could make this successful or a failure is very much the materials that are used doing it. Because I agree with Councillor Bradnam that there is a real series and real difference in that street scene of different periods, and some very, very old buildings, some actually more quite modern, thatch, all sorts. But all of them have a consistent material pattern, and that's why I asked about the rendering. So I think I would like to see in conditions that we don't have rendering on these, if possible, because I'm looking at Unit 1 in particular, the way it can be seen, because I do think it does give a bit more of a in-your-face look than when you're going through the others, where the others are more subtle. So if it is approved, then I would like to see a restriction on rendering.
We do have on page 153 condition 7, which dictates that all materials must be pre-approved before construction, including render. And would that satisfy your concern?
Not really, because it allows for render. What I'm suggesting is we take out, in that condition, we take out the ability to use render. Because otherwise we could put that condition in and we have what's in front of us, if that makes sense, because we wouldn't necessarily as a committee see it.
Understood.
So that's a concern of mine, just for where it is, and mainly because what that area does, if we look at the first, the aerial view, and even the street view on the application, you've got a natural tree, hedge, natural green barrier from the road in to the left and the right. And that actually, to me, it is a shame to lose that. But we're looking at planning and I don't think we've got policies strong enough to protect it, because it would be in line. But it is a great shame to lose it, because I think that actually what it does is it almost creates this closes on the streets, sort of cul-de-sacs off it. It gives character to, as we're looking at page 50 in the plans pack, to the left-hand side and the right-hand side. It gives them almost their own little road on a very, very long stretch. So I think we have to acknowledge that there is harm to the street scene by removing that green space. Whether it's significant enough for refusal is a different matter, but we should acknowledge that harm. And I do feel that if these properties were, with the materials, more subtle to blend, because we're going to keep some of the frontage, we can see when we look at the proposed site plan. So a lot of that will be kept. So if we can keep that palette of materials down, I think that would really help mitigate it. I do think it is a shame to lose that green bit of space that's going to help identify the two sections, but whether there's materially enough harm is, I think, the question here, Chair.
I think on the question of materials and render specifically, I think Michael wanted to come back in on that.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Through you. I'm not sure we should remove render specifically from that condition. I would perhaps draw members' attention to the Barrington Conservation Area Appraisal. Paragraph 4.1.2 says that the green is defined and enclosed by marginal lines of houses. Their low profile and coherence lent by the abundance of thatched roofs and the predominance of white render give the conservation area a very strong rural character. And then paragraph 5.2.4 of the conservation area appraisal sets out that neither the predominance of white or pale render in the conservation area, nor the fact that red brick is more common than buff, need to be a rigid constraint for new developments, but these elements of the area's character should be considered. So in the Barrington conservation area appraisal, it does acknowledge the predominance of render, so I'd be reluctant to take that out of the condition, but I'm sure that the applicant can bear that in mind.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back. I completely understand that, and I think for the majority of sites within Barrington itself, I would agree with that statement. I've acknowledged that there is render used in different areas, but my concern is we're losing a green space that's helping to create that divide of the line. In any other location, I completely agree, but I think that's a very sensitive location on that road, and therefore as subtle a buildings as possible, if it is approved, would help to mitigate that loss of the green barrier, the green space. So completely agree with the sentiment of the what you've just read out, and anywhere else, most likely. But that area in particular, I'm thinking in particular of Unit 2, not so much of Unit 1. Even if it was just Unit 2, I think really we want that to be as little noticeable as possible. Otherwise, we will lose that sort of categorising of left and right, and would impact a harm on the street scene. I can only give my view.
If I may, Chair, through just a point of clarification, there is no render proposed on Unit 2, as is before you today. Yes.
The conditions mean that that's not submitted yet, and we've been here before where we've got these plans and then the materials come through and somebody says, yeah, that's okay, or we've got render on next door. I just want to be, yeah, it's a sensitive site. I want to be watertight on our steer to officers as well for when the materials come forward, because we know there's no guarantees that how it looks in this picture is how it will actually 100% be. And we have garages to bear in mind as well.
Okay, Michael, I don't know if you had any further comment or I think officers have given their view. No, okay. Well, I think Vanessa is waving at me, so I will ask her to step in.
Councillor Williams, I know you said to remove the word render. Did I hear that right? You prefer that word render to be removed. I'm querying whether it should stay in so that the officer can particularly address if they do suggest render. So if we take it out and there's no reference to it, is it preferable to actually leave it in and then the officer can specifically address that isn't what was brought forward?
My concern is that the officer that looks at this for the discharge conditions may have no idea that this was an issue for committee. If you want to say that the rendering should be restricted on or not available on Unit 2 or some other wording, I'm opening to wording. I think I've expressed the sentiment. If officers can come up with something advisable how to make that happen, then I'm open to suggestion.
Perhaps if officers have clearly heard concerns from the councillor, so perhaps whilst we're going through the debate, if you can think of anything reasonable that we could include or potentially edit, then obviously we defer to your professional judgment, but obviously you have heard concerns around the specific use of render material on certain units.
If I may, Chair, sorry, I think it's a point of clarification. If we remove the word render from the condition, that wouldn't prevent them from bringing render forward as part of the proposal. The condition, I think, would have to be specific in saying, no render shall be applied to Unit 2 or render shall only be applied to. But then I do wonder how reasonable that is.
Make a suggestion.
Yes, Councillor.
Because what Councillor Williams is trying to establish is that currently in the street scene, number 7 is subservient to the houses to its left, which are rendered, and to the houses to the right, in the sense of it's not so visually obvious, because it's not so bright, it's brick. So what I'm suggesting is that we leave the condition as it's worded, but then we put in the reason some wording which refers, and I'll leave officers to handle this, but it currently says to ensure the external appearance of the development does not harm the character and appearance of the conservation area. And I would like to maybe suggest insertion of some wording and retains, because what we're trying to get to is the fact that in this particular location, where there will now also be an access route across the green, what we want is for the houses there not to shout at us. So can we just simply use the reason to say, to ensure the external appearance of the development does not harm the character and appearance of the conservation area by being more prominent than that which is there now?
Sure, I think
or something like that.
Officers are working up something I can see as we're talking.
Would that
so
be
before
reasonable?
we do take a decision on that, I will offer officers the opportunity to present that to us.
No, but it is a condition. It's the reason for the condition.
Okay, I said officers have heard what everyone has said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, do you want to make that suggestion?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Chair. I'm just wondering whether it would be more expedient for the purposes of the committee if the recommendation was altered to allow officers to have delegated authority to agree the final wording of that particular condition with Chair and Vice Chair, just to move matters along.
Sure.
I do take the points, and I can draft something. I can even involve you in that discussion, Councillor Williams. I just don't want to take up too much of the committee's time while I try and
I
draft
think
something.
we've spent a lot today talking about materials. So, yeah, if everyone's acceptable of that, we could essentially defer that particular condition to finalise wording with myself and the Vice Chair, if that would be acceptable. Delegated, thank you. Okay, members, any further points for the debate? Councillor Khan.
I don't know whether I was the only person, but I went out actually before the previous committee to look at this site on the ground, specifically looking at the site. And the existing dwelling is, as commented, of no visual value really whatsoever. There's no particular character. I think it's probably 1920s house in brick, which has weathered it quite a bit, but it still probably stands, you do actually see it. I was actually looking at it, I was a bit surprised that even the first application was refused on the grounds of masses, but I can see that this is a concern. And I do understand the point from view of the parish council that if the first one was refused, it hasn't been a major reduction. However, looking at the site, as has already been commented, the houses to the right are much closer, quite tightly packed. The house to the left is a certain distance apart. There's going to be quite a significant gaps between the houses, even with the new ones. So it's going to be well screened. And I would find it difficult it's a fairly standard design. I can't remember what the term they used when I was living in Wales, that sort of vernacular, but where you have a porch in the middle and two windows on the side. It's a fairly standard rural design. So I find it difficult to see what grounds really, whether there was really sufficient grounds to refuse it on that. In terms of the ecology, however, it's interesting that within the site in their ownership includes the orchard behind, which is very overgrown. Is a feature which is rather declining and becoming less common nowadays. I don't know what powers we have to, obviously, what they do within the actual application site may be satisfactory, but I mean, it's almost inevitable that the new houses will have an impact upon that land, which will presumably fall into their ownership. And I don't know whether what provision, what powers we might have to ensure that the management of that land is also taken into account in the long term. It's not necessarily a reason for refusal, but it's an issue that I wonder whether it's being considered, because it's obviously within the same plot, yet the same ownership. That was my main comment.
Okay. Well, perhaps officers can help alleviate any concerns. I believe there's a condition that may cover that.
Yeah, just for clarification, condition 19 does have wording that the area of land to the south of the outbuildings shall be used only for orchard/paddocks. Obviously, it's outside of the red line. It's in the blue line, so we can have that condition. But hopefully, that gives you assurances over that particular point.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to raise any new points that we haven't covered so far? No. Okay. I've heard a few people speak in favour of the application so far. Does anybody wish to put an alternate view, i.e. they wish to vote against this? No? Okay. Well, members, with the slight amendment to the condition that's going to be delegated to myself and the Vice Chair with officers and Councillor Williams, would we be content to take this as approved by affirmation, or would anyone like a vote on this? Affirmation? Is everyone agreed? Agreed, good. Okay, well, with that application is approved. So thank you very much to everyone that took part in that debate, including public speakers and officers. Members, yes, I was going to suggest it's 20 to 4. If we could have a quick 10-minute break, because we do have a few more applications to get through. We'll come back by this clock here, 3:52, and we will get started then, and hopefully we'll be able to finish the agenda before the end of the day. Thank you. Welcome back everyone to South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. Members are up to agenda item 9 now, which is on page 159 of our papers. The application is 8 Hayfield Avenue, Sawston. The proposal is for the demolition and replacement of existing dwelling. The applicant is South Cambridgeshire District Council, which is the reason it is before us today, because it's the council's own application. So as a matter of transparency, we have to bring all of those before us as a planning committee. The presenting officer on this one is Ms. Samaya Nakamia. Samaya, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Oh, you're very quiet, Samaya.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Slightly. I think Aaron's working some magic our end to hopefully boost your volume.
Brilliant, thank you. Just setting up my presentation.
Okay, Samaya, I think that may be better if you wouldn't mind testing.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Yes, slightly better. We're getting louder.
Is that better?
Okay, Samaya, we should be there now.
Brilliant, thank you, Chair.
Okay, so yeah, if you'd like to introduce the reports to the committee and obviously give us any updates if there are any.
Thank you, Chair. So to begin, I wanted to outline that this application is before members because the land is within the ownership of the council. The application is for the demolition and a like-for-like replacement of the existing dwelling. So to go through the context, the application site edged red, which is shown here on the location plan, is...
Samaya, sorry, 1 second, we're having an issue on our side.
Okay.
Samaya, sorry, 2 minutes and we'll be back. Samaya, sorry, thank you for your patience. We had some issues viewing the screen our end, but Aaron's worked his magic and we're back online. We can see you, we can see the presentation, so please, as you were.
Okay, thank you. So I was just about to go through the context. So in terms of the context of the area, the application site edged red, which is here on the location plan, and of course shown on the area view, is located south of Hayfield Avenue. The site occupied a semi-detached bungalow with its frontage facing the communal car parking area here. And the site is largely surrounded by semi-detached bungalows, so these here and there, with some 2-storey properties across the green, which is off the page up here. So this is the current situation of the site. Just to inform members that at the time of the site visit at the application site, which is here, and number 6 were demolished already, but on the planning application form, it states that the works haven't started. I believe that this was due to a fire, and that's why these dwellings had to be demolished, but I can't confirm that. So in terms of this photograph, it's taken from the communal car parking area, so looking this way, looking towards the site. So in terms of this photograph, it's taken from the green, looking towards the site. So this is the proposed site plan, which is this here. And then this is the proposed floor plans showing a 3-bedroom dwelling. And then proposed elevation plans. So to conclude, officers consider that the proposed development would be in keeping with the scale and form of development within the local area and adequately respects the amenities of neighbouring properties in accordance with the local plan policies. Officers therefore recommend that the proposed development should be approved by the committee subject to conditions and amendments outlined in the report. So in terms of the amendments, condition 3, officers consider that it should be removed purely because the dwelling is a like for like, and foul water and surface water can be covered with under building regulation, and that's why we thought that removing that condition is appropriate. Thank you, Chair. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Samaya. So just for my clarity, so this was a council-owned property that caught fire, burnt down, and this application is to replace it like for like?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we don't have any public speakers, so we may as well go straight to the debate on this. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. I wonder if I could just ask the case officer, could you clarify, at the time that number 8 burned down, did number 6 survive then? And is that still let? I've had some difficulty understanding the geography of this. So is number 6 still there?
No, it isn't. So as a result of the fire from number 8, number 6 was also affected. So the number 6 had to be demolished as well.
So, but this is a plan only to replace number 8 so at the present?
So in terms of the committee today, it's for number 8, but there is a planning application for number 6 as well, which is pending decision.
Okay, so we are still just looking at the southern part of this block, as it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Number
thank you
8.
very much.
Yes.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, members, do we need to have any debate on this, or can we go straight to the decision?
I propose that we agree it.
Yes, please. Does any member wish to vote against or abstain on this item? No. So can we take it by affirmation? It's approved.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Samaya, thank you very much, and sorry for keeping you for that short amount of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, just for the minutes, Councillor Heather Williams isn't taking any part in this this next item, which is agenda item 10. And that is an application at 89 Ermine Way, Arrington. The proposal is for a new vehicular access, drop curb and parking / turning area. The applicant, again, as with the previous one, is the District Council itself. So again, it has to come to us as a matter of course. The presenting officer is Tom Chenery. Tom, do we have you?
Yes, you do. It's just taking its time. Thank you, Chair.
Good.
Just bear with me while I get my presentation up.
No problem at all. So, yeah, whenever you're ready, Tom, we can see your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The application before members today seeks planning permission for a new vehicular access, drop curb and parking and turning area at 89 Ermine Way, Arrington. The application site is a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling with large front and rear garden. I will show plans of and images in a second. We are recommending approval. There have been no concerns raised by neighbours or any of the relevant consultees. So the main considerations that obviously members will need to consider today is the impact on the character and appearance of the area and whether there are any highway safety implications. The applicant has submitted a document saying that the reasons why the additional parking is needed is because there isn't any at the moment, and there's newly installed double yellow lines which restrict parking at Wimpole, so therefore there is a restriction of parking in the area as a result of that. The application site is the line etched in red, so it is along the main road within Arrington. This next slide shows just the application site and the fact that it is within the development framework boundary. The majority of the properties along Ermine Way are essentially very identical and the same. That is shown within this image. That there is parking just up to the north at other properties. This is quite literally one of 2 properties along this road which don't have any parking or any access to it whatsoever. This is just a Google imagery of the front of the site. So this is obviously from Ermine Way facing towards the property. It's a more recent photograph of it. So obviously the hedge, part of the hedge will be removed, but obviously it will still retain the majority of it. This is just a Google imagery of just literally 2 houses up the road, so number 93 and 95 Ermine Road, just to show that obviously this is quite common within this street scene. And this is the proposed block plan. So they would have 5 metres worth of permeable paving at the front, obviously to aid drainage, and obviously the parking area would be compacted gravel, which would be permeable. It does note that there are several parts at the front which would be the hedgerow, which would be removed, but that shouldn't impact on the character and appearance of the area as a whole. And that's pretty much it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So just for my clarity, the application is to essentially build a driveway and parking in a council, at the front of a council-owned property, to formalise it so it looks similar to the same properties in the same road.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Heather Williams, you are a local member. Would you like to give us your views on this?
Thank you, Chair. The reason I'm sitting here is because obviously I have been quite vocal on this issue. So as the officer says, there's only 2 houses along the stretch that doesn't have parking, and the double yellow lines, which actually was a consequence of a unilateral undertaking by Wimpole Hole when the South Cambs Planning Committee gave it permission for the multi-trail. Those members that were on them will have recalled the amount of parking problems there's been, and the yellow lines have helped with that dramatically, but it has left these 2 properties really struggling, and we would like to rectify that. I'd also stress that we've been trying to do this for about a year. You would not believe what a drop curb, how difficult it is to actually get things through. So I would urge Planning Committee to agree this, and I very much hope that the other house we will see an application for soon, because it will make a dramatic difference to just to the residents and the families that are in those houses at the moment. They have to park considerable distance away now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, do you have any questions of clarity for Councillor Williams, or can we go to the debate?
I was going to suggest.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we'll go straight to the debate. Are you going to propose?
I'm going to propose
take
approval.
The vote? Good. Okay. Yeah, sure. Councillor, before we go to the vote, Councillor Handley.
The other house, which is also owned, that Councillor Williams has talked about, is going to come to us. It's going to take up more planning time. Can we say, if it's very similar to this, go ahead and do it? Or is that against the law, against the rules?
I wish we could.
That's one for the lawyer, really. That's a bit too much like common sense.
Yeah, that's a bit too much like common sense and trying to avoid all the red tape that local authorities love so much, I'm afraid. But I mean, I'm hoping we would have completed this item in under 5 minutes, so hopefully it shan't take up too much of the time when it does come back. But I think it was a proposal to move to approve, Councillor Bradnam. Do any members not wish to approve or abstain? No. Can we take it by affirmation that's approved? Agreed. Thank you very much. Tom, thank you very much for your presentation and for your input there.
Thank you.
Gave me a hot flush there, Councillor Hanley. Gave me a hot flush.
Members, we're now on to the final substantive item of business we have today, which is agenda item 11. This is actually just for information, but we have Karen Pell-Coggins on the line, who's hopefully going to introduce the item and why we have it before us today. So, Karen, I won't go through the detail, but if you wouldn't mind introducing, that'd be helpful.
Great, thanks, Chairman. Can you see my screen at all?
We can't hear.
Can you see my screen at all? Hello?
Yes, sorry, we had a bit of feedback, so I turned my mic off. I can actually see myself looking back at myself.
Oh, sorry.
So I think we're sharing the wrong screen.
No, it's here.
There we go. Always wondered what the side of my head looked like, but yeah. Yeah, so we can see your report on the screen if you'd like to proceed.
Yep, so small verbal update. So this is an application which is currently at appeal. So it's come to the committee for information only. Basically, we had to submit our statement of case prior to the application, the putative reasons for refusal being considered by the application. So obviously, we're just making you aware of what the current situation is at the moment. So in terms of updates to the reports, with regards to paragraph 9.66, which was talking about vacant building credit, the appeal reference for the appeal decision is relates to a site in Meldreth, which is called the Go Cold site. So just to clarify that that was the application that was quoted, part of the appeal decision, which was quoted in the report. So further, with regards to vacant building credit, the applicants have recently submitted an appeal decision for a site in Bury, which related to vacant building credit and the provision of 25% affordable housing. Now, the council, the Bury Council, refused this application because it did not believe that the building had not been vacated for the sole purpose of redevelopment. Sorry, they did believe that the building had been vacated for the sole purpose of redevelopment. And they took into account, when coming to that decision, the reason why the previous occupier left the building, the length of time it's been vacant, and the period of marketing. The inspector actually allowed that appeal, basically taking the above issues into consideration. I was going to say you're welcome to sort of read through that, but basically, given that the purpose of the policy is as an incentive to reuse brownfield land, and given that the site was vacant for quite a significant period of time, it was not considered to be acceptable to not reduce the vacant building credit in that stage, because it's a clear policy in the MPPF, which is a material consideration as part of the application. So this case is fairly similar to that case in terms of the buildings actually on this site. So one building is vacant and has been since 2017. Another building is vacant and has been marketed, which is the building that we considered we should not be considering as part of vacant building credit. But given this decision, we think that obviously taking that into account, as again the appeal decision is a material consideration, it would be difficult to us to argue now that that specific building should not be considered towards vacant building credit. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, certainly the inspectors, you know, they're sort of making it clear that affordable housing should be reduced by a proportionate amount with regards to the vacant buildings on the site. Excuse me. Further, with regards to the calculation towards the community sum for affordable housing, the council has got its viability consultants to look at the appraisal, and the commuted sum is understated due to different affordable housing revenues. This is a current issue which is being discussed at the moment. Basically, they agree the majority of the assumptions, such as the project programme, market housing revenue, etc. And the only thing which isn't agreed is the affordable housing revenue. So obviously, we will need to take that into consideration when we're presenting our case. And there's been sort of information going backwards and forwards there from both the viability consultants to try and come to a view which is both agreed. So that just sort of goes into the details of all of it. Developer contributions. So the applicants have recently submitted further information in relation to the amount of occupants of the scheme, who are slightly lower than the standard because it's specifically for elderly people's accommodation. Again, we're happy to take that into consideration, and the Section 106 officer will look at that. In addition, they have raised some queries with regards to the compliance of the community orchard and indoor sports court contributions with the SIL 122 of the SIL regulations, which again will be considered further. Going on to neighbour amenity. Neighbour amenity reason for refusal currently refers to the impact on a dwelling at number 4 Station Road and the impact on an approved care home to the south. That care home to the south, apologies, but the plans were misread. So it has Juliet balconies rather than projecting balconies. So we will no longer be pursuing that part of reason for refusal 3. Again, a revised drainage scheme has been submitted and we've consulted the lead local flood authority on that scheme, so to do with surface water. It has been informally agreed with the lead local flood authority, so the council will no longer be likely to pursue this reason for refusal. So just further, with regards to the planning balance, the applicant submitted some appeal decisions for sites at Fleet and Basingstoke with the application, which obviously are acknowledged, and we agree that substantial weight should be afforded to the benefits in terms of the reuse of brownfield land and the provision of elderly people's accommodation. So just going on further, so in terms of an overall roundup, reasons 1 and 5 set out in the original report are not likely to be reasons for refusal anymore, and reason 3 has been amended to take out the care home. So just to let you know sort of where we are, this is an application which is constantly changing and evolving as we go along in terms of sort of submitting evidence, but that's where we are at the moment. I'll just again go on to a presentation just to show you what the scheme's like, so bear with me. So again, it's information only, so we won't be taking a decision in relation to this site. So the site is in Great Shelford Development Framework. This is the main crossroads in the village, with Station Road up here and the railway station just in this area here. Railway line goes to the east of the site along the eastern boundary. You have 2-storey detached, semi-detached properties opposite the site. You've got, these are 2.5-storey residential townhouses to the north of the site, and then you've got the approved care home, which is, well, just about to be constructed to the south of the site. Just going on further, so on the site at the moment there's 3 buildings, so 1 on the Station Road frontage, 1 on the boundary adjacent to the railway, and 1 on the boundary with the care home there. So the frontage building is 1.5 to 2 stories. The rear building is 1.5 stories, and this southern building is 2 stories in height. Just to give you a rough idea, there's an aerial photograph showing the buildings. The buildings are enclosing a hard surface parking area. Okay, it's just some ideas of what's on the site at the moment. So this is the building on the frontage with Station Road at the top left. This is the townhouses next door to the north. The building adjacent to the railway to the rear, and the building to the south adjacent to the care home. Again, I've got some more sort of street scene photographs, so it just gives you an idea of what it's like at the moment. So this is the frontage building adjacent to Station Road, etc. So the actual proposal is for 39 elderly persons apartments for the over 55s. It will be a 2.5 to 3 story building. This is so it will be a single building which will have 24 1-bedroom apartments and 15 2-bedroom apartments. There will be a communal lounge within the building, a terrace to the north, an external terrace to the north of the building, and a large communal garden to the south. There will be 16 parking spaces and 6 spaces for mobility scooters just in this area here. So just going on to the elevations of the building. So on the left, you can see the townhouses. At the moment, this is the proposed elevation from Station Road and the elevation of the care home. So the care home is 2-storey at the front, set back quite a lot, and then raises to 3 stories in height at the rear. Going further elevations. So these are the side elevations of the building. So at the front it's 2.5 stories with rooms in the roof space, but sorry, this is the front here. But that obviously the roof is reduced in depth and the 3 stories are wholly within the building to the side elevation. Again, I've got some 3D images which will give you an idea of the existing street scene and proposed street scene. And again, a little bit closer. So this is the proposed access into the site. And this is from the other side. So this is from the direction of the care home. So you can see obviously what's there at the moment and the proposed development. And there's a massing diagram there which shows, so this is, if you look at the bottom picture, the purple, so purple is 2 stories, red is 3 stories in height. So it gives you an idea what the heights are. Again, it shows the care home next door and the townhouses to the north. And again, I'll just show you, so this is a copy of the plans for the care home. So this is the front of the site. So if you look at the bottom drawing, the front of the site is to the right hand side. So you have 2 story and then sort of goes up slowly to sort of 2.5, 3 stories. So again, just advise of the reasons for refusal are set out on the last slide.
Okay, Karen, thank you very much for that. So just for absolute clarity, this is an application that would have come to committee for a decision, albeit the applicant has appealed on non-determination grounds. So this is essentially what the council has submitted as its case, as it were, to the appeal. So this is purely for information for the committee, just so we're kept in the loop.
Yes, that's right. Yes, unfortunately, we didn't have a committee in May, otherwise we would have bought it then. So.
Sure, okay, that's fine. So before you start, this is just for information, so I don't particularly want a long discussion or debate on this. It's purely just for our information at all. We don't have any influence in what's been put forward. But if you would like to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, so those reasons, those putative reasons for refusal are what are written on paragraph 9.195, page 226 of our agenda, which goes to paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's what that slide contained, is that right?
So they are amended slightly following the additional information that we've received from the applicants during the course of the appeals process. So reasons 1 and 5 have been taken out.
Okay.
And reason 3 has been amended. You want me to?
No, that's fine, Karen. That's clear.
Okay.
Thank you. Richard Williams, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one. Obviously, you know, as you say, it's non-determination. Could you give us an idea of why we didn't manage to make a decision on this one? I can see online there was one extension, which was agreed. There was a second extension sought, but
we were trying to negotiate with them, but obviously they decided they didn't want to change the plans.
Is there any particular reason why it took longer than the statutory period? Just for our information, really.
Just case of certain workloads, to be honest. And we were trying to negotiate with them during the course of the application.
Thank you.
Okay. Final point.
It's been explained, this is for information only, but I'm for one satisfied with what has been put in the report as our putative reasons for refusal.
Great, thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. And taking on board all the comments, and as you say, you want a short debate on this, if we could maybe ask officers to look at things, sort of a lesson learned approach as to how that happened, that would be good. And also, can we have some assurance that the appeal will be defended robustly, because we don't want anyone slipping through the net?
Yes, it will be. So the inquiry is on the 12th of July.
Okay, good. And I'm sure we'd all be interested in hearing the outcome of that when we get a result. So I'm sure that'll be reported back to the committee. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Karen. That's really helpful. Members, we're on to agenda item 12 now, which is the enforcement report. Sadly, we don't have an enforcement officer with us, so Phil's going to step into the enforcement shoes and answer any questions, should there be any, on the report. Are you proposing to introduce this or just take questions?
I'm happy to just take questions, Chair, if there are questions.
Sure. Okay, members, we obviously do have a report in front of us, but so if any members have any questions or queries around that report, obviously we can pass them to Phil. Councillors Bradnam, then Heather Williams and Richard Williams.
Thank you. I'm glad to see, well, sad, but glad to see we have a report on Pleasant View, Ely Road in Land Beach, which is in my ward, page 233. Do we have any update?
I don't know if Phil can, I think it's going to be a lot of taking things away from this and responding in writing, if that's okay, but Phil?
Yeah, so the update I've received from one of the enforcement team, and that's as per the report. If there's further updates required, I can check with the enforcement officers on that.
The reason I ask is because it says we were waiting for Green Planning Studio Limited to respond on behalf of the owner. We've agreed an extension of time, but it doesn't say when that extension of time is until. And so I was just wondering whether that extension of time has expired. And if not, when is it due to complete and when are we hoping to hear back from them by?
I'm sure Phil can come back to you on that in writing. Thank you. Councillor Handley?
How up to date is this? Because there's an enforcement action that's happened in my ward quite recently, within the last week or so. Is it just simply because of the time?
Yeah, the agendas are printed usually a week before. So these are just the significant cases that are for enforcement. So if it's a small enforcement issue, it probably won't appear in here.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, if there's anything specific you do want to ask enforcement officers, again, I'm sure officers can take that away and respond.
So, Mr. McIntosh, you're the person we speak to on enforcement matters currently, are we, until things resolve themselves? Obviously, appointments.
Actually, Toby Williams is taking over, sort of overseeing management of the enforcement team, but obviously I can speak to you about whatever the issue is and relay that back to Toby if that's helpful.
Okay, Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you. I think I'm pleased to see that Toby's, obviously we've got somebody leading on it, but enforcement is a big gig. So if we can have updates to make sure that's fulfilled, because I think it's important that everybody knows that we've got a fully functioning enforcement team, and then we might not have issues like Linton popping up, as it did. But I am concerned about the fact that Burwash Manor Farm has been on there since I became a councillor. And that worries me, that we don't seem to be making any progress. So I think we could do with some more information, but even more so, and I feel like I am channeling Councillor Nick Wright when I say this, Smithy Fen. It's a really big problem, and there are safeguarding issues up there as well. And it's something that is almost, I worry as a committee, that we're just noting because it's always on there and it's always a couple of paragraphs. There was a request some time ago to have a full report on the situation of Smithy Fen to Planning Committee. I'm not aware of that actually happening, whether it's a report, whether it's a briefing. There are real concerns that go beyond planning there. So can we please have something with more substance than what we've got in front of us? Because, it's just going on and on and on. We don't seem to be getting anywhere. I'm sure we are, but we're not finding out about it, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure officers can take that away and come back to us. I've got Councillor Richard Williams and Ariel Khan.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a couple of points. One on clarity. It says in point 4, Will Holloway's left. Then a little bit further down, it says Will Holloway has been made lead planning enforcement officer. Ed, this post is currently vacant at the time of writing. So am I right in assuming that actually Will Holloway is therefore not lead principal planning enforcement officer because he's gone? So I wonder if that part of the report could be clarified, because it seems a bit odd to say he's in this job and then say actually no, he's not. so I think I got a nod. So thank you for that. The other point was, given the point that Councillor Heather Williams has just made, and the issues we have had with enforcement, I was pretty surprised, a little bit shocked, to see that we've seconded somebody for 3 days a week to the Cambridge Investment Partnership and the South Cambridge Investment Partnership. That doesn't seem like necessarily the obvious decision, given that we're short-staffed, that we're taking staff away from a service that's already having staffing problems. And on the specific point of them being in the investment partnerships, is there not the most obvious conflict of interest? Should an enforcement issue ever arise with either of those organisations, which are legally separate to the relevant councils, we've got an enforcement officer working for those organisations. How could the public ever have confidence that we were discharging our enforcement obligations in relation to those obligations when to those organisations when we've got this crossover? It seems very odd to me.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's probably been badly worded in that he's still an officer of the council, but he is working on applications within the council as a council officer in terms of assessing those applications with another officer. So he's not working for them. He's still working as a council officer, but with specific focus on their applications.
Yeah, the word seconded implied to me he'd been seconded to work for them. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Ariel Khan, please.
A few residents of Lawrence Lee and Horston have complained and reached out to me about an enforcement notice for a neighbour of theirs who has been building beyond the scope of their planning application. And they have had a few visits from enforcement officers, but their neighbour has continued building, and as far as they're aware, nothing is being done. So they've reached out to me hoping for some information about the progress of that enforcement notice.
I think probably the best thing to do would be to write to either Phil directly or to Toby Williams, who's another officer in the planning department, and they will sort of chase that up directly for you, would be my suggestion on that. Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hesitate to give our stretched enforcement department more work, but in the same way that Councillor Heather Williams is asking for a more in-depth report about what's happening at Smithy Fen in Cottenham, I would also like to ask about whether there is any enforcement action going on at Fen Road in Chesterton, which is in my the detached part of Milton and Waterbeach ward. We've had numerous concerns about developments on Fen Road. I'm particularly concerned about more recent developments, which appear to have been done entirely with, well, not entirely without planning permission, but certainly there are no, for example, the minimum distances between mobile homes has not been adhered to, and I can see no evidence of fire hydrants. So this would be a large piece of work. There are something in the region of 500 dwellings on this site, and I would like us to, as a long-term plan, do a thorough check of what is going on and whether it's been approved on Fen Road, Chesterton, please.
Okay, again, I think officers have made a note of that, and as I say, I think the case is on their radar already, but see, Phil is making a note of that particular case there. Okay, members, anything further on enforcement, or can we move on? Sorry, we got a brief, thoughts to briefly update us on something else regarding enforcement.
Yeah, sorry, there was one other matter that was brought to officers and members' attention yesterday as an email circulated by Mr. Jones in relation to an enforcement case which is listed here on page 237, the first item, which is 16 Chalky Road, Abingdon. which relates to the service of enforcement notice at that particular property. And Mr. Jones has asked that his comments be noted by the committee, and that the committee asked officers to re-examine that case. I'm sure members must have all seen that email that came through yesterday afternoon. And that was the request of the...
Okay. But I think it's just drawing members' attention to that email as was promised to the complainant. So I think, as I said, I think all of us were copied in as committee members. So I think, again, just drawing people's attention to that, but again, just for information. Okay, thank you. With that, we've gone to agenda item 13, and that is appeals against planning decisions and enforcement action. Who will be introducing this, if anyone?
Through you, Chair. Again, this is obviously an item for members to note on current enforcement cases that are obviously had decisions or are pending decisions. The only one I would look to update that I've been made aware of since the report was published, which is on page 252, which is land east of Teversham Road, Fulbourn. We've now actually had a decision on that application, reference S/3290/19/RM, and that appeal has been allowed. So I'm aware that there was obviously an update since this was published in that respect.
Could you just...
Yeah, sorry,
say
page
that was land?
page 252.
Oh, 252.
Third item down on the list.
So I think committee members will remember we were asked to, as a committee, to give our views on which, if any, of the 3 reasons for refusal we were going to defend the appeal on. This was a few months ago, so that sometime this year, and I think we defended it on, I believe, from memory, 2 of the 3, and obviously the appeal has been allowed. So I think that's just an update from officers on that. Okay. Councillor Khan, do you have a comment?
60 Impington Lane, there's been an appeal. I was approached by the chair of History Impington Parish Council saying that he wanted to cooperate upon the evidence he was given with the department and didn't get reply. I just wanted to check that that you put a case together and highlight that. I just wonder what the position is. Are you allowed to cooperate with other objectors, or do you normally just make your objections individually?
Officers will obviously make their case, and any objectors will have the opportunity to comment on the appeal itself and make their comments to the planning inspector as well.
But you keep them separate. You don't discuss.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the concern, query that I had. I wanted to know what the situation was. I understand the time for making objections has passed, presentations has passed. So I just wanted information on that. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you. Yeah, could I ask officers if we will get an update at any point or an explanation on the appeal on 2 High Street, Harston, which is right at the bottom of our pack on 258. Is there a plan to give us information on that, like has just happened with the one in Great Shelford, or not? This is another non-determination case.
So currently, obviously, as you say, we're putting a case together on that appeal. I believe it's only come in very recently. But we can remain on the agenda, and we can give updates as it comes or progresses through the appeal process. So it will remain on the appeals report, obviously, until a decision is made.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, if I just put a pitch in, it's not in my ward, but it's very near my ward, and it would, if it gets permission, provide a shop. I'm not saying I'd be in favour of it or against it. It is relevant to one of my villages. It's a bit of a shame it's gone to non-determination, that one, and there was some press comment on it. So at least I, for one, would welcome a bit more of an explanation to the committee about why it did go to non-determination and didn't come to us for decision.
I'm not sure if any officers can answer that at this stage, but perhaps maybe some feedback at the next committee meeting, which is in a couple of weeks' time, as to why it went to non-determination?
Certainly, Chair. That I can look into that.
Great. Thank you. Members, I think we're there. I think that's the end of the agenda. Just to note, the next meeting is slightly sooner than is usual. We have a meeting on the 29th of June, so in a couple of weeks' time. That's a Wednesday. Again, I believe the agenda is of a similar length, so just to pre-warn you, this is essentially catching up with the backlog of applications we haven't heard, given the fact we didn't have a meeting in May. So members, please, if you can't, you know now you can't make that meeting, please do try and organise a sub as soon as you can. Yes, that's all from me, and I think we can close the meeting at 4:40. Thank you very much, everybody.